Hello everyone, I'm Thomas, and I'm here to help you unwind and drift off tonight. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep, so before you get too cozy, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know in the comments, where are you from and what time is it as you're watching this? Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let yourself relax. The man at 3 a.m. There's something about working the graveyard shift that changes you. The world feels different at 3 a.m., like reality itself has grown thin and brittle. The fluorescent lights cast everything in an artificial glow that makes even the most mundane objects seem somehow wrong. I've worked the night shift at Pete's all-night diner for 3 years now, and I've grown accustomed to the peculiarities of the hours between midnight and dawn. Or at least, I thought I had. The regulars help make it bearable. Every night shift worker knows them. The insomniacs, the truckers, the night owls who treat 3 a.m. like it's the middle of the afternoon. You develop a rapport with them, learn their stories, their habits, their usual orders. They become familiar fixtures in your upside-down world. That's how it was with Earl. I remember the first time he came in, exactly 3 months after I started working nights. The bell above the door chimed at precisely 3 a.m., and he shuffled in wearing an old brown tweed jacket that had seen better days. His weathered face was kind, with crow's feet around his eyes that deepened when he smiled. He looked to be in his mid-70s, with wispy white hair and arthritis-gnarled hands that trembled slightly as he lowered himself into booth 7. "Coffee, black," he said, when I approached with my pad, "and maybe a friendly ear, if you've got one to spare." That was Earl, always looking for conversation. He became my most reliable regular, appearing every single night at exactly 3 a.m., ordering the same black coffee, and chatting with me until sunrise started to paint the sky in watercolor shades of pink and gold. He told me about his life, how he'd worked as a high school history teacher for 40 years before retiring. He spoke about his late wife, Margaret, with such tenderness, it made my heart ache. They'd never had children, but he'd touched countless lives through his teaching. Sometimes he'd share stories about his students, his eyes lighting up as he recalled particularly memorable moments from his career. I found myself looking forward to his visits. On slow nights, and most nights were slow, we'd talk for hours. He asked about my own life with genuine interest, offering gentle advice when I mentioned my struggles with college classes or family drama. He reminded me of the grandfather I'd never known. "Life's too short to waste it being unhappy," he'd often say, wrapping his gnarled fingers around his coffee cup. "You've got to grab onto the good moments when they come along." This went on for nearly 3 years. Earl became as much a part of my nightly routine as brewing fresh coffee and wiping down tables. Even on my worst nights, his presence was comforting, reliable as the sunrise. Until last week. It was a particularly dead night, even by graveyard shift standards. A storm had rolled in around midnight, driving away even our usual handful of customers. The rain drummed against the windows, and thunder occasionally rattled the cheap fluorescent fixtures overhead. I just finished refilling the sugar dispensers when the bell chimed. I looked up, expecting to see Earl's familiar silhouette. Instead, a middle-aged woman hurried in, shaking water from her umbrella. She looked vaguely familiar, though I couldn't place where I might have seen her before. "Terrible night to be out," she said, settling into booth 4. "Could I get a coffee and a slice of apple pie?" I brought her order, and she asked if I could sit for a moment. The diner was empty, so I slid into the booth across from her. "I used to come here with my father when I was young," she said, stirring cream into her coffee. back in the 80s. He loved this place, said it reminded him of the diners he'd gone to in his youth. We'd come every Sunday after church. She glanced around the dining room, her expression nostalgic. It hasn't changed much. We get a lot of regulars, I said. Some have been coming here for decades. She nodded, then reached into her purse and pulled out what looked like an old newspaper clipping, yellowed with age. That's actually why I'm here. I saw something online about this place and it reminded me of this article. I thought the current owners might want it for their wall of memorabilia. She slid the paper across the table. It was a local newspaper article dated March 15th, 1993. The headline read, "Local Educator Remembered Fondly." Below it was a photo that made my blood run cold. It was Earl. The article detailed the passing of Earl Henderson, beloved history teacher at Lincoln High School, who had died of a heart attack while having his nightly coffee at Pete's All-Night Diner in Booth 7 at 3 a.m. 30 years ago. My hands started shaking as I read the article. The description was unmistakable: the tweed jacket, the gentle demeanor, his 40-year teaching career. They'd even interviewed his former students who spoke about his kindness and dedication to teaching. One mentioned how he'd lost his wife Margaret to cancer a few years prior. "Are you all right, dear? You've gone pale." I couldn't speak. My eyes darted to Booth 7, where Earl should have been sitting at that very moment. It was empty, the vinyl seats gleaming dully under the fluorescent lights. "That's impossible," I finally managed to whisper. "Earl comes in every night. He's been coming in for 3 years. I just talked to him yesterday." The woman's expression shifted from concern to something else. Fear, pity. "Earl Henderson was my father's favorite teacher," she said quietly. "Dad used to bring me here because this was where Mr. Henderson had his heart attack. Said he wanted me to know about the man who'd inspired him to become a teacher himself." She paused, studying my face. "That was 30 years ago. I was 12. I pushed the article back toward her, my hands trembling so badly I nearly knocked over her coffee. "This is some kind of joke. It has to be. Earl is real. He's as real as you are." But even as I said it, details began clicking into place like tumblers in a lock. How Earl never ordered food, only coffee. How no other customers ever seemed to notice or interact with him. How he appeared and disappeared so precisely at 3 a.m., never varying by even a minute. How the coffee in his cup never seemed to diminish, no matter how long he sat there. The woman left shortly after, leaving the article behind despite my protests. I spent the rest of my shift in a daze, jumping at every shadow, every creak of the old building settling. When 3 a.m. rolled around, I found myself staring at Booth 7, hardly daring to breathe. The bell chimed. Earl shuffled in, wearing his familiar brown tweed jacket. He smiled at me, crow's feet crinkling around his eyes, and settled into Booth 7. "Coffee black," he said, "and maybe a friendly ear, if you've got one to spare." I stood frozen behind the counter, the newspaper article burning a hole in my apron pocket. Earl's smile faltered slightly. "Everything all right, dear? You look like you've seen a ghost." That was 2 weeks ago. I've been working every night since then, watching Earl appear and disappear like clockwork. Sometimes I convince myself the article was a hoax, that the woman was playing some elaborate prank. But deep down, I know the truth. The thing is, I don't know what to do with this knowledge. Earl is still Earl, still kind, still interested in my life, still offering gentle wisdom and companionship through the long, dark hours of the night shift. But now I notice things I didn't before. how the temperature drops slightly when he's present, how his coffee cup never leaves rings on the table, how sometimes when he thinks I'm not looking, his image seems to flicker like a bad TV signal. I've started doing research during my off hours. I learned that Earl Henderson really did teach history at Lincoln High from 1953 to 1993. His wife Margaret died of breast cancer in 1990. Former students described him as one of the most inspiring teachers they'd ever had. And yes, he died of a heart attack in Booth 7 of Pete's All-Night Diner on March 15, 1993, at exactly 3 a.m. What the articles don't mention is that he's still there every night, ordering his coffee and dispensing wisdom to lonely night shift workers. Last night I finally worked up the courage to confront him. I walked up to Booth 7 at 2:59 a.m., the newspaper article clutched in my hand. The bell chimed at 3 a.m. right on schedule, and Earl appeared in his usual spot. Before he could give his usual order, I placed the article on the table in front of him. He didn't look surprised. He didn't look at the article at all. Instead, he looked at me with those kind eyes, now filled with an ancient sadness that made my chest ache. "Sit down, dear," he said softly. "I suppose we should talk." I slid into the booth across from him, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The vinyl seat was ice cold. "How long have you known?" I asked. "That I'm dead?" He smiled sadly. "Since the moment it happened, right here in this booth. One minute I was enjoying my coffee, thinking about the lesson plans for the next day, and the next..." He gestured vaguely. "But that's not what you're really asking, is it? Why are you here? Why can I see you? Why me?" Earl was quiet for a long moment, his gnarled fingers wrapped around his eternally full coffee cup. "Do you remember what I told you the first night we met? About why I became a teacher?" I nodded. "You said you wanted to help guide young people through the confusing parts of life." "That's right. And that desire, that need to help, to guide, to listen, it didn't go away just because my heart gave out." He leaned forward slightly. "This diner, it's a special place, especially during the night shift. Reality is different at 3 a.m. The barriers between what is and what was become permeable. And sometimes, if someone needs guidance badly enough..." "But I don't," I protested. "I mean, yes, the night shift can be lonely, but I'm fine. I'm not in any kind of trouble." Earl's expression turned grave. "Aren't you?" That's when the bottom dropped out of my world, because suddenly I remembered. I remembered the night 3 months before I first met Earl, the night I'd stood on the roof of my apartment building, looking down at the street below, wondering if anyone would miss me if I just stepped off. The night I'd decided to walk instead, ending up at Pete's All-Night Diner, asking if they were hiring. I remembered how close I'd been to giving up on college, on my dreams, on everything, until Earl started encouraging me, helping me see a future worth fighting for. I remembered all the nights I'd thought about relapsing, about calling my old dealer, about throwing away 3 years of sobriety, until Earl's steady presence and quiet wisdom helped me through the craving. "Oh," I whispered. "Sometimes," Earl said gently, "the people who say they're fine are the ones who need help the most. Sometimes they just need someone to listen, to care, to remind them that they matter." He smiled. "That's what teachers do after all, even dead ones." "Are there others? Other ghosts?" "Here and there. We all have our purposes, our reasons for lingering. Some are malevolent, angry, stuck in patterns of hatred or revenge. But some of us..." He shrugged. Some of us just want to help. Why are you telling me this now? Why let me know the truth? Because you're ready. You're stronger now than you were 3 years ago. You've built a life worth living. You don't need me anymore." He paused, then added, "And because there's someone else who needs me now." As if on cue, the bell above the door chimed. A young woman walked in, her eyes red from crying, her shoulders slumped with defeat. She looked exactly like I had 3 years ago. "Will I ever see you again?" I asked. But when I turned back to booth 7, Earl was gone. The newspaper article sat alone on the table, and even that was beginning to yellow and curl at the edges, as if aging decades in minutes. The young woman settled into booth 4, staring blankly at the laminated menu. I watched as Earl materialized in the seat across from her, his kind eyes crinkling at the corners. "Coffee black," he said, "and maybe a friendly ear if you've got one to spare." I understood then that my time with Earl was over. He had saved me when I needed saving, guided me when I needed guidance. Now it was someone else's turn. But the story doesn't end there. Because now I notice things I never noticed before. The way certain customers seem to flicker at the edges, like old film. The way some regulars never seem to interact with anyone but their chosen companion. The way the temperature fluctuates in specific booths at specific times. "Reality is different at 3 a.m., Earl had said. "The barriers become permeable." I've started keeping a journal, documenting the patterns. The woman in booth 12 who appears every Tuesday at 1:47 a.m., ordering tea she never drinks while listening to young mothers cry about their troubles. The elderly couple in booth 3 who materialize every Friday at 4:15 a.m., offering comfort to grieving widows and widowers. The young man at the counter who shows up at 2:22 a.m. on the 1st of every month, helping lost souls find their way home. They're all around us, these guardian ghosts, these spectral mentors. They find the people who need them most, who are crying out for help in ways too quiet for the living to hear. They listen, they guide, they save. And sometimes, if you're very lucky, or perhaps very desperate, they'll join you for coffee at 3 a.m. But here's the thing that truly terrifies me, the reason I can't sleep anymore, the truth that makes my hands shake as I write this. Last night, a young man came in looking lost and broken. Before Earl could appear, I found myself walking to his booth. I sat down across from him, feeling a strange chill settle over me. "Coffee, Black," I heard myself say, "and maybe a friendly ear, if you've got one to spare." The words came naturally, as if I'd been saying them for decades. The young man looked up, his eyes filled with tears, and began to talk. And that's when I realized I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen my reflection in the diner's windows. I couldn't remember the last time another customer had spoken to me directly. I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt warm. I've been working the night shift at Pete's all-night diner for 3 years now. Or maybe it's been 30. Maybe I never left that rooftop after all. Maybe I just found a different way to fall. The bell above the door chimes. It's 3 a.m. Time to get back to work. After all, someone out there needs a friendly ear. And the night shift is long, so very, very long. Her name was Emma. That's what everyone called her anyways. Sometimes they would call her M. Sometimes someone would slip up and call her Emily. She was a part of our group of girlfriends growing up in a large town. Not quite big enough to be a city, but big enough that there was still privacy between neighbors. We called ourselves the Unbreakable Six, because there was me, Summer, Mel, Nina, and Jules. And there was Emma. Emma started off as a practical joke by the other girls in the 4th grade. It was probably Jules that started it. She was always playing pranks of people. In high school, she even got suspended once for going too far and had to babysit for hours to buy that girl a new cell phone. Or maybe it was Summer, who always seemed too busy with music and band to think of such an elaborate prank. Or maybe it was Mel and Nina, who were best friends and could have lived without us, always conspiring together like they were twin sisters. Either way, I bought my lunch, cold-cut sandwich and carrot sticks and a pint of orange juice. I couldn't stand milk. It would account for how short I ended up being, and walked over to our lunch table. Jewel looked excited, waving me over to them. "Lotta, look." I wasn't sure where I was supposed to be looking. "This is Emma. She moved here from Los Angeles." We lived far inland and into the boonies. Los Angeles was glitzy and glamorous and chic compared to the flat houses and half-rate high school football that was the only real source of entertainment in the area. What? "Los Angeles, dummy," Jewel said, rolling her eyes. "She's not in our class. She's in Miss Lark's, but she's the same grade as us. Isn't that cool?" I still wasn't sure where I was supposed to be looking. I sat down with my tray uneasily, wondering what I was supposed to see. "Who?" Summer jabbed me in the side. "You're being rude," she hissed quietly. Summer was all about rules and manners. "Say hi to Emma." I looked around our table, from Jules to Mel to Nina to Summer and back to Jules, who was waiting impatiently. I don't know. I was weak. I wanted to fit in. I didn't get it. "Hi, Emma." They seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief, like I was making everything awkward. "Charlotte's weird sometimes, but her brother has a Nintendo that he lets us play sometimes." They kept on talking, chatting about whatever fourth-grade girls chat about, and I ignored it. If they wanted to play that prank, then that was fine. I wasn't going to buy into it. I was always a precocious child. I knew that what they were looking for was a reaction. That's how Emma became a normal part of our lives. It was crazy. We would buy her birthday presents, and they'd disappear like they were taken. I wonder how many candle-making kits and Mancala games Jules had piling up in her closet after all these birthdays. One year, Mel even got Emma a really nice necklace, and that disappeared too. We never went to her house. I asked Nina about it when I was sure that Emma wasn't there. She gave me this scandalized look. "Lotta, don't be rude. Emma's family doesn't have that much money. She's embarrassed to let us come over. She told Mel that, who told me, and it makes sense. I mean, what she wears all the time. I mean, we still love her. We'll always love her. She's one of us. But don't rub in the fact that we can't go to her house. That's mean." After I was scolded so wholeheartedly by Nina, I didn't ask again. They were covering their bases really well, and by 7th grade, I had to accept that they were taking this prank all the way. It was weirdly comforting in a way. There was this silent friend that I never saw, but she was always around. We would leave seats open for her, and when we did the buddy system, someone always had Emma walk into the bathroom by herself. When we decided that we wanted to be lame and come up with a name for our group of friends, we decided on the Unbreakable Six, even though there were really only 5 of us. I was curious in sophomore year of high school when we were having a sleepover. Summer was at band practice late, and Emma couldn't make it. She had to work on her science project, according to Mel. So I asked Jules, the likely mastermind behind it all, if you were going to write a story about Emma, like her biography, how would you describe her, down to every detail? Jules loved stuff like that. She wanted to be a writer someday. Well, she's taller than you, which isn't hard. I threw a pillow at her that she dodged deftly. She's medium build. Jules dropped her voice to a whisper. Even though she gained a little weight recently, but we're not going to tell her, and she's still beautiful. And she has green eyes and brown hair, and she's got freckles. She hates getting her picture taken. She's nice, but quiet, and she dances really beautifully. I mean, you've seen her, right? Of course, that time a few months ago when we turned on some music and danced around together to practice dancing at homecoming, so we didn't look weird or do it wrong. We stopped after a while and oohed and awed at empty space for a while. I didn't ask any more questions. I knew that they would keep up the charade for as long as they could manage. It was in our senior year of high school that it happened. I don't know why it set me off. Not really. It was something little. Something stupid. We were hanging out in Nina's pool, even though it was still too cold to swim. Teeth chattering and goosebumps rising on our skin, we were waiting for the jacuzzi to heat up to jump in. The cold sunlight cast a long shadow, and the wine coolers we snuck earlier was making that shadow seem menacing. It was annoying for me for reasons I can't place. "Look at Emma, Lotta," Jules called. She wolf whistled and hooted, over the top like Jules always is. "Hot mama, look at that booty." I didn't know where to look, like always. Like for the past 9 years of my life, I didn't know where to look. Since the 4th grade at our lunch table, dancing in Summer's living room, homecoming, football games, at the park, in class, anywhere, I didn't know where to look, because Emma wasn't there. That's when I snapped. "F Emma," I screamed. "And F all of you. Have you been waiting for this? The moment I completely lose my F mind, well, here it is." I waved my arms around, manic and furious. Emma isn't real. Emma isn't F real. I looked at their confused faces. "Oh, you're going to keep this up? I hate you guys. You've always done this. Made me the butt of your stupid prank for almost 10 years, guys. 10 years. I slipped a little on the wet concrete, but regained my balance. "F you, I hate you so much." Tears welled in my eyes, years and years of pent-up frustration finally spilling over. Emma was some stupid prank that got out of hand, and I can't believe that none of you ever had the balls to tell me that it was a stupid prank. No, it had to keep going. You had to keep laughing behind my back. It's not fair. Summer was furious. "Lotta, don't be this way. Emma is right there and you're being a bitch. Why are you doing this? Are you mad?" Mel spoke up in a tiny voice. "Lotta, you look hot too. I mean, you look good in your bathing suit too." "Yeah, but don't take out your anger on Emma, God," Nina said, rolling her eyes. Nina walked over to the side of the pool and reached out a hand like she was rubbing someone's back. "It's okay, Emma. Lotta's just under a lot of stress right now, figuring out where she wants to go for college." "Shut up," I howled miserably. "Stop it, stop it, stop it. Emma isn't real. She's not there. How could you guys do this to me?" They were starting to look scared. They were really invested in this prank. I wondered what the end game was. When were they going to start laughing? When were they going to jump up and say, "Gotcha"? I had enough of this. If they wanted to play charades, then let's play charades. The next part was a blur. I don't remember it, not even now. But I walked over to where Emma was and I kicked at the air. I heard a scream, and I slipped on the slick, wet concrete and hit my head. There was blood everywhere. There was so much screaming, but I kept on kicking and punching and fighting until I blacked out completely. I came to a day later in the hospital. My parents were there, and so were my friends. They were pale and tired and miserable looking. My heart panged. I must have really scared them. When my parents left, Jules approached me. She took my hand. She began crying. The others stared crying too. "I'm sorry, Lotta," she wept. "I'm really sorry." It was almost frightening looking at the way my friends were. They were beside themselves in the privacy of the hospital room. I started crying too. I wasn't sure why, but I started stammering apologies too. Like if we all said, sorry, things could go back the way they did. "I'm sorry," I cried. Summer was the only one who didn't look like she forgave me completely. She looked at me, eyes red and cheeks pink and wobbly-chinned, and said, "Are you?" I didn't have to answer. The nurse came in to change the bandages on my head. For the rest of the year, no one mentioned Emma. Emma only belonged to our tight-knit group of friends, so there was no mention of Emma. One time, a cop came to the principal's office, and Mel and Nina were quick to drag us away. After the accident, I withdrew from everyone. I didn't talk to anyone. I didn't go to Summer's recital. I didn't go to Mel's birthday party. I didn't do anything. I didn't go to prom. Just stared at the ceiling, wondering what had happened. Emma was in most of my life, and now she felt like a ghost. I graduated high school and left immediately to go to a university far away in Southern California, where the weather was always perfect and the beach was a 5-minute walk away. I started to recover. I realized that I was depressed after what had happened, understanding that my best friends chose a punchline over me. Unbreakable 6? Yeah, right. I got good grades, volunteered at an animal shelter, found a boyfriend. He was so nice to me, even when I got quiet when he asked about high school. He never pushed, just held me when I had bad days and made me pancakes. It was 4 years later, when I was about to finish up college, when I ran into an old classmate from high school. Her name was Annie. She hung out with a different crowd than me and my friends. Most people did. The 6, the 5 of us, were a clique of our own, separated from everyone else. I ran into her in our apartment complex. It turns out that she was living there the whole time, and we didn't know. I wasn't necessarily friends with her, but overreacted the way you do when you see someone that you haven't seen in a long time. "It's been forever!" "Oh my God!" I went to her apartment for coffee and saw that she was packing up her things. "Moving back home for a while until I find a job? Yuck." I saw a thick book on the sofa. "Oh yeah, that's our senior yearbook." I was flipping through it when I found it in my bookshelf. I didn't bother getting a yearbook. I didn't have friends at the end of high school. But I was curious to see what I looked like back then, if I had gained or lost weight, if my skin had gotten any better. I opened up the first page and was instantly confused. "For Emma," I read aloud from the first page. It was a dedication. My mind raced. Was there someone named Emma in our year? "Yeah, it's really sad what happened to her," Annie said, handing me a mug of hot coffee. I flipped through the yearbook, looking for a trace of Emma. Then I found it. My heart stopped, mouth going dry. My hands shook as I held the yearbook, looking at the photograph. It was a picture of the unbreakable 6. We stood with our arms slung around hips and shoulders, sticking close together for the photograph. There was Summer at the end, then me, then Jules, then Mel, then Nina, then... I had never seen this girl before in my life. Never. But there she was. I can't even remember getting this picture taken. She was right there at the end. Green eyes, brown hair, muffin top, shy smile, threadbare shirt and ripped jeans, looking straight at the camera like the rest of us. She looked as normal as can be, just another teenage girl. Annie looked over my shoulder. "Oh, there you all are. What did you call yourselves again?" What happened to her? I couldn't even touch her photograph, Just let my shaking finger hover over her face. Annie fell quiet. Well, I guess you might not really remember that well after your head injury. And you just kind of faded away from everything, stopped doing much at all. But Emma disappeared, out of nowhere. The cops came by once to ask questions, but her parents were both poor and junkies, so no one really cared. Just another girl that disappeared. I left Annie and went back to my apartment, the one I shared with my boyfriend. He took one look at my face and started boiling some water for tea, grabbed a blanket to throw over my shoulders. I pulled away from him, locked myself in my room. I stared at the ceiling. I was 18 again, lost and confused. The girl's green eyes haunted me. Emma's eyes haunted me. I went on Facebook and found my old friends, my best friends, and I told them, please meet me back at home. It's important. I returned back to our big town little city, went to the newest Starbucks, and waited. They trickled in, one by one. Jules, small-time blogger who works at an Italian restaurant until she made it big. Summer, brown and freckled from band camp, coaching kids for their field shows. Nina, the hot librarian at their old high school. Mel, her belly swollen with her second child, wedding ring secured to her left hand by her high school sweetheart. My friends were not the same, and neither was I. I cut to the chase. I couldn't spare a moment for small talk. What happened to Emma? They exchanged uneasy glances. They knew this was coming. Nothing, Jules said with finality. Emma wasn't real. She was just a trick, Nina said softly. She was a prank. I figured they might pull this shit. I reached into my bag and slammed the yearbook down on the table, making our drinks rattle and one fall over, spilling tea onto the ground. No one moved to try to pick it up. They stared at the yearbook instead. Emma was real, I finally whispered. Emma was real. What happened to her? Nothing. Cut the crap, Jules, Summer snapped. She turned to me. Lotta, you killed Emma that day by the pool. You went nuts and kicked her and kept kicking her when you slipped and fucked up your head, and you bashed her head and she fell in the pool and it was too late to save her and we had to worry about you and... Summer! Jules shrieked, swatting her in the arm. I was silent, absorbing what Summer said. Mel spoke up in a tiny voice. Lotta, we weren't going to let you go to jail. I looked up at my friends, tears running down my cheeks. Why? Nina reached across the table and took my hand. She squeezed it, hard. Because we're the unbreakable six. We don't break because one went crazy and another's dead. I excused myself to the restroom and wept for what seemed like hours. It couldn't have been that long, but there were angry knocks on the door from other patrons who needed the restroom. I sat there on the dirty floor, sobbing, until I had cried everything out. I came out where my friends, my best friends, were still waiting. I sat down in my seat and faced them. I want to turn myself in. There was an outcry of different responses. Summer seemed willing, ready to have me turn myself in to the police. Jules yelled out about them all getting in trouble. Mel started to cry. You don't have to, Nina said. You don't have to. We got rid of all the evidence. We buried her far away where no one would find her. I want to turn myself in, I repeated firmly. I killed her. I'll tell the cops that it was just me, that I buried her. Tell me where she is so I can tell them where I put her. None of you will get in trouble. It wasn't your fault. I thought I had finished crying. I thought I had nothing left, but I choked out what I wanted to say for so long. I never saw her. They looked at me expectantly. I never saw her, not even once. I thought it was just a big prank you were playing on me. I didn't want you to laugh at me. The girl in the yearbook, I had never seen her before. I just played along. Nina nodded. I thought it was weird that you were always so cold to her, like you didn't even acknowledge her. She really liked you, Mel said. She thought you were so smart, that you were going to go out in the world and do amazing things. She would always talk about that. I felt as though my heart would burst. I swear I never saw her. Something must be wrong with me, but I never saw her or heard her. I cleared my throat. Show me where you buried her. We got into Summer's car and drove out far into a park in a different city. The park was huge and overgrown, like no one had been there to take care of it in a long, long time. I got out of the car, and left behind by a worker long ago was a rusty shovel. I took it with me. Jules led the way deep into the park, deep through the trees, until we came to a small clearing. The dirt wasn't fresh. There were no markers or indicators, but the way my friends' faces paled at the sight, I knew this was it. Emma was there, under our feet. I gotta see her, I whispered. I dug the shovel into the ground. I gotta see her. Mel didn't want to see anything, so she and Nina left back for the car. Jules and Summer found different tools, a hoe and a rake, and we started digging. Blisters rose and popped on my hands from the old shovel, but I kept digging as beads of sweat rolled down my neck, my back. The three of us worked together in silence, digging up our best friend. Suddenly Summer jumped back in disgust, throwing her hoe aside. Jules did the same, stepping out of the hole. We looked down. Summer gagged, covering her mouth and nose, and Jules shook her head at the sight. Me? I laughed and laughed and laughed, tears streaming down my face, laughing until it hurt as I looked down into an empty grave. Has your husband been standing still? The woman at the door said her husband was inside my home. She was agitated and ran her fingers through her unwashed hair. You have the wrong address. It's just me, I said, then lied, and my boyfriend is here. No, please, just listen to me, she said, placing a hand on the door frame and leaning in toward me. I said I couldn't help her, said again she had the wrong address, then shut the door. But I could still hear her. I don't know what he'll do. Let me in, let me find him, she said, her muffled voice sharpening while her palm drummed on the door. He stands still. I froze in the entryway and waited full minutes after it sounded like she had left, in case her ear was pressed to the door. I didn't give much thought to her husband at first. There was something off about her, how she tried to talk so calmly, even though it was obvious she was coiled tight enough to snap. She kept floating on her toes, looking into my apartment behind me. But she also didn't seem outcast, or even neglected really. Her cashmere sweater and tapered pants told a different story. So I searched my apartment with the crowbar I kept under the sheets in the linen closet. No one was in the front rooms, with their windows facing the street. I had been there all day, so it was impossible for anyone to have broken in that way. Then I remembered the old dumbwaiter shaft. It was behind the kitchen door, shut behind a hinged metal slab. To keep noise from bleeding between apartments, it was no longer an open shaft, but a dusty compartment used as a pass-through for cables. I brought along my biggest chef knife from the drawer across from the refrigerator. The steel panel was painted the same color as the wall and had no handle or latch. Instead, there was a small jagged hole punched in one side with several drill bit plunges. I dug a screwdriver out of the junk drawer and tried to pry it open with a single jerk so I could step back and hold out the blade in my other hand. Instead, it swung open with a painfully slow creak, and I dropped the knife, scaring myself even more when it clattered at my feet. Without thinking, I bent down to pick it up. Kneeling on the floor, I imagined a pale hand reaching out into my hair and skull. But when I stood up and looked inside, there was nothing there, just the dark. It was empty. When I left the kitchen and crossed by the front door again, I saw that the woman had shoved a piece of paper in my door, like a takeout menu. It was a torn envelope, like something pulled crumpled from the trash, and had written on it the words, "Listen, please." Then I heard her whisper from low down on the door, even below where I had kneeled to pull at the scrap of paper. The first time my husband was around the corner from our French doors, in the hollow where my desk meets the printer cabinet. He must have been there all morning. He was standing straight up, like a sunflower, but I didn't see him until I got up from the desk and bumped my ankle. When I looked up suddenly, he was there, staring at nothing. The second time, he was behind an all-glass display case in our entryway, pinched between a pane and the wall just inside the front door. The whispering stopped and I realized I was barely breathing. I was still kneeling and my knees were beginning to get sore. "Are you still there?" the whispered voice asked. I didn't answer. He's gotten really skinny and goes through tubes of high SPF sunscreen whenever he is called out to a site, so now he's white as an electric socket. He can suppress his presence and take away your intuitive sense that another person is nearby. He's practicing. He's getting better. He knows where your eyes land and the spaces they slide over. "Go away," I screamed, before retreating to the farthest corner of my apartment away from the front door. It took me a while to calm down, with some TV and all the lights on. I didn't pay attention to the show, but told myself that the woman at the door had a mental illness and a persecution complex, and she wanted to pull me into her delusion. I crept to the window and peered into the park across the street from my house. It was small and mostly mown, with a picnic pavilion and a swing set. But right across from me was a shock of forest, rising up curling and unwanted. The sun was still up, but low enough for this thicket to be dark in its own shadows. I looked for her there, expecting I don't know what. 2 red eyes? I didn't see her, and opened the blinds fully. A few families were playing volleyball down at the farthest end of the park, but it was otherwise empty. Then I caught the blue light off an e-cig. It was her, seated in a shadowed beach chair, with her legs stacked casually in front of her. I could barely see her face, but it looked as if she was staring into my windows. I debated whether to go out to confront her, but when I turned around, I saw her husband. I didn't scream. My throat snapped shut on my breath. Through the kitchen doorway across the room, I could see my dishwasher and him standing next to it, one leg against the fridge. He wasn't standing straight, but bent forward at a right angle, his back aligned with the marble countertop. One arm was held pinned against his thigh, the other down, then the wrist up, with fingers out in odd angles. His face pointed forward, aligned atop his body like a bullet on a shell casing, with his eyes aimed to one side of me and far away. He wore an expression of rapture on a pale face. His lips were glittering red. He didn't move or react and showed no signs of being detected. But I still expected those eyes to swivel and land on me. Didn't feel I could move or look away until it did. I forced myself to clap, then to wave my arms, but there was no reaction. "You," I said. "Sir," I added, "you need to leave." He didn't react, and it wasn't just as if he was ignoring me. There wasn't a tremor or breath. He stayed so still it was as if the whole world had frozen. I called 911, of course. The operator urged me to get out of the house as quickly as possible. I stayed on the line with the operator, but there was nothing left to say. My only way out was past him. Acid filled my stomach. There was no way I could cross that room. I considered tossing something at him, or attacking him, but there was nothing more dangerous than a TV remote nearby. The operator said something about officers on the way, and my phone slipped from my hand in my rush to bring it back to my ear. My eyes never dropped from the husband, who didn't flinch when my phone crunched on impact, then clattered across the floor and under the couch. I lowered myself to my hands and knees and considered crawling over and reaching under until I realized it would put him out of sight. It was better to escape. Maybe I could crawl by him without touching him and he'll stay frozen. Or would he just grab me when I got close? I didn't have a choice. At the threshold between hardwood and tile, I looked down at my hands on the floor, and when I looked up, he was gone. But it was only for an instant, because suddenly I could see him again just in front of me. He hadn't moved. My eyes had let him go and struggled to find him again, like he wasn't where I had expected, or if I had somehow forgotten him. The arms holding me up shook so violently that I pitched forward, landing on the side of my face with a smack. I landed right at his feet, but didn't touch him. Pushing back on the heels of my hands, I rolled backwards and slammed into the cabinet behind me, hard enough that I heard the fiberboard crack inside the door. I could crawl by him now, but first watched him for any sign of movement. He was in a khaki t-shirt that didn't quite match the wood cabinetry or stand out from the white refrigerator at his back, nor were his dark pants much of a match for the brushed chrome of the dishwasher, though I could see he had a sliver of something shimmery silver, like a lanyard loop, hanging out from his pocket. I don't know how he could have disappeared from my sight, but he didn't seem to notice me. I strained to keep an eye on him over my shoulders as I crawled past, until I couldn't move slowly any longer. I scrambled to my feet, tumbling into a standing position, then into a headlong run, where I couldn't tell my heartbeats from the pounding of feet on the floor. After struggling with the lock, I finally squeezed through my front door and shut it behind me without looking back. The police came, searched my apartment, found no one. I tried to explain that he might still be there, that they just hadn't seen him. But they wouldn't come back in with me. They wouldn't search the park either. They were annoyed I wouldn't go back inside, but eventually left. I didn't have my phone and didn't know where to go, so I wandered out of my building in a daze. It was dark out now, but the night air felt good. I saw a car double parked, but didn't pay it any attention until the woman pushed open the passenger side door from the driver's seat and waved me over. I'd be embarrassed to describe the horrible things I said to her, but she was calm and composed. She knew how to handle her husband standing still, and was nothing like the woman who first confronted me on my doorstep. I don't want to give her real name, so I'll call her Flora. "I'll teach you to see him," was the first thing Flora told me once I was able to listen. I didn't want to see him or to go anywhere with this person, but I didn't know what else to do. She drove me far outside of the city until I could see stars over a sprawling suburbia. Somewhere nearer the highway, where duplex condos faded into industrial parks, she turned into a multi-acre construction site. It was all blonde dirt, scraped and marked by bulldozer treads. At the center was a cinder block frame that might one day grow into a big box store. She turned off her headlights, and suddenly the feeling I had ignored in favor of her serene understanding of my situation could no longer be ignored. I was struck dumb with fear, my sore muscles protesting at being called back to alert. Had I met a couple working together? But she kept talking reasonably, kept her instructions simple, and I found no moment to protest. Instead, I followed her, even let her take me by the hand and pull me in a circuitous path out into the center of the standing blocks. She laid out a picnic blanket and urged me to lay on my back next to her with a friendly pat. Inside, I was screaming. "We're in the middle of one of the dimmer meteor showers that doesn't get headlines," she said, "but we can see one every few minutes if we know how to look. Men who stand still," she told me, "can't be searched out like a bird among branches or a face in the crowd. That is a search for specificity. Even if you could live in a state of constant scrutiny, where every pixel of reality is examined, you would not often find these unmoving men. They slip into your scotoma and escape your attention because they are no longer objects to be found." "There was one," she said, pointing to a part of the sky. "Did you see that one?" I hadn't. "Because you are darting around looking for shooting stars," she said, "instead of looking at the surface of reality." Her husband had receded into the sky of our day-to-day existence, she said. When standing still, he wasn't an object to be found in space, but had shut down every part of himself to become permanent. She taught me to make my eyes flat and to search without an idea of what I wanted to see. "To see them, you can no longer want anything from the sky," she said. "You have to deaden yourself to know what surrounds you." I laughed when I saw the first shooting star and forgot about my terrible day. Then there was another and another. "Now please, please don't be afraid," she said, sitting up and placing her hand on my goose-pimpled forearm. I looked around with my meteor eyes. There were men standing in strange shapes, pressed against the cinder blocks, and standing in the mud at bent angles, and even across the street, holding themselves straight. "I see them everywhere now," she whispered. "There are so many of them standing still. I'm a real estate agent who sells haunted houses, and I wish I wasn't. Have you ever purchased a house, fixed it up, and made it into a home? I'm sure you watch those HGTV shows, Fixer Upper and Flip or Flop. Those shows are laughable to me. You see this foreclosed wreck of a house get fixed up into this cute, livable home. That stuff is easy to do. You know what's hard to sell? A haunted house. I'm a real estate agent who specializes in stigmatized homes, which are what you call haunted houses. A stigmatized home is any home where violence occurred or paranormal activity has been reported. In several states, we must legally disclose what happened in these homes. I don't believe in ghosts, so to me, it is easy money to take on these cases. A little bit of burnt sage in the corners and tap water sprinkled around the house, and you have yourself a cleansed home. This was my gig, and it worked. All I had to do was Google how to get rid of ghosts. People fell for it every time, too, and I'd be laughing all the way to the bank. You want me to light a candle and do a seance for you to buy this $300,000 house? Deal! You want me to put my hand on a Bible and pray with you before you buy this $450,000 home? Sold! I always thought that people were so gullible to believe in such silly things. Ghosts aren't real. I wouldn't even call myself a skeptic. I flat out didn't believe in the afterlife. This is what I believed until I had the unfortunate opportunity of selling a house where a murder took place. As soon as I saw the listing, I knew I had to help. When you have one killing, a house can be hard to sell, but 5 killings, you have yourself a deal breaker. Some lunatic had killed the whole family. I didn't press the bank for details, since that never seems to help. The less I know, the better. I don't want to get caught up in the stories because I feel like that knowledge lingers in my words as I try and sell to the borrowers that come through the house The first thing I do when I arrive at a house like this is open all the windows. You would be surprised by what a breath of fresh air can do to a home that has been sitting for quite some time. I'll usually wipe everything down with a lemon-scented cleanser, then put out fresh flowers on all the tables. Honestly, those tricks really seem to help the house sell. The whole idea is to erase the uneasy vibe. If my client is superstitious, I'll whip out the sage and holy water. So, as you can imagine, as soon as I got to this house, I went straight to work. I went to open the window above the kitchen sink. My fingers slid underneath the hinges as I pulled up, but it wouldn't budge. Again, I tried the living room windows, yet they were stuck, almost as if they were cemented shut. I even double-checked the locks and looked around the frame for any nails, but there was nothing. I knew that would be my first problem in selling the house. I went on to job number 2, cleaning. I looked under the kitchen sink and the owner had lemon-scented cleaner already. Perfect. The lemon scent filled the room as I squirted it all over the countertops. My paper towel glided across the counter as I wiped away the last bit of past life this house held. Next, I picked some fresh flowers from around the house and put them in a vase of water. Daisies and daffodils, the perfect welcoming eye candy. I opened the back door to let some fresh air in. The house was starting to feel as good as new. I smiled inside as I thought about another successful sell. I fumbled through the drawers for a pen and notepad to make a list of everything I would need for the open house the next day. Fresh baked cookies, brochures, and business cards from local banks. I decided to stay the night in the house so I could wake up bright and early to get ready. Boy, was that a mistake. The eeriness began as soon as dusk hit. I was reading a book in the living room when I heard laughter coming from outside. I immediately got up to investigate. I walked up to the window, pulled back the curtains, and peeked into the front yard. A group of 3 boys stood in the yard with flashlights in hand. Annoyed, I headed outside to scare them off. Another reason I wanted to stay the night here is that haunted houses make a great attraction for teenagers. Vandalism is the last thing I need to sell this house. I opened the door and shouted, "Get out of here! There is nothing to see here." The kids froze, flashlights falling to the ground. They looked at me as if they had just seen a ghost. "Get! Before I call the cops for trespassing." With not a second to spare, the kids whipped around and ran off as fast as their scrawny 14-year-old chicken legs could carry them. I chuckled. They probably thought this house was vacant. I must have scared the heebie-jeebies out of them. I shut the door and got back to my reading. I awoke a few hours later with my book across my chest. A tapping sound had taken me from my slumber. I rubbed my eyes in a daze as I tried to remember where I was at. Again, a light tap, tap, tap filled my ears. It sounded as if a big bug kept hitting the window. I got up to see what was causing the ruckus. If there was a bug splattered on the window, I would need to wipe that down before tomorrow. A part of me fully expected to see teenage kids daring one another to go into the house in a classic test of who was the bravest. I rolled my eyes and, without thinking twice, pulled open the curtains. To my bewilderment, a demonic creature stood staring back at me. My body felt like it nearly got electrocuted as fear ran through me. Everything in the house was still, and I felt like I had tunnel vision, only being able to focus in on the creature standing before me. The arm of the creature was bent up to the window, pointer finger just inches away from the glass. Then it grinned. I fell backwards as a scream croaked out of my throat. I blinked, and the creature was gone. I felt the cold sweat break through my pores as I pulled myself from the floor. I tried to rationalize with myself that ghosts aren't real, which means demons aren't real either. I repeated this in my head over and over until I calmed down enough to shut the curtains. As I pulled the curtains shut, I inched my head toward the glass and peeked through the window cautiously. My eyes darted side to side. Was that thing lurking around the house? The coast was clear. I slapped the curtains shut. Wide awake now, I paced back and forth along the hardwood floors as I tried to make sense of what I had just seen. For a second, I almost believed that I had actually seen a demon. I thought back to what I was told about this house. A murder happened, so if there was anything haunting this house, it would be ghosts, not a demon. I tried to calm down, but I kept having visions of the demon in the window. That atrocious grin that was slapped on that evil face made me weak at the knees. Was I losing my mind? No. I saw something staring at me. I awoke to a tapping of the window. I knew it. I felt spooked, but surely there was a rational explanation for what was happening. I pulled myself together and started to think. I pressed my fingertips into my temples as I tried to make sense of what I had just seen. What if this house really was haunted? Would I last until the morning? I slapped my hand to my forehead as I realized how crazy I was starting to sound. Geez, I'm just as bad as my clients. Since when do I get wrapped up in ghost stories? I reminded myself that I sell haunted houses for a living. What was happening to me should have a rational explanation. I laughed at the absurdity of the situation and immediately started to feel better. As I rationally walked through each moment that led up to seeing the demon in the window, it clicked. The kids. I scared off those kids, and they probably got mad and came back dressed as a demon to scare me. I chuckled as I realized how I almost fell for the whole thing. In a sprint, I ran out the front door and stood in the lawn as I shouted into the night, "You kids got me good. You almost had me there for a minute." I heard a whisper of laughter behind me. It wasn't a spooky type of laughter. It was an innocent, playful sort of laughter. I turned around and saw a little girl standing in the doorway of the house. She had to be about 8 years old. She had a big smile glued to her face. I glanced at my watch. It was midnight. Way too late for such a young girl to be out. "You need to get home. Do your parents know where you are?" She started laughing a little louder this time. "I'll walk you home if you tell me where you live. Your parents must be worried." She covered her mouth with both of her hands as she giggled even harder this time. I thought about the kids who had come back to scare me. She must be one of their little sisters. I found her behavior to be very peculiar, and the other kids were nowhere in sight. I took a few steps toward her and she stopped laughing, then took off running in the house. I went to chase her, but as soon as I got inside, she had vanished. I checked the kitchen, the bathroom, and the living room. Nothing. I even shouted for her, "Little girl, come out. You aren't in trouble. We just need to get you home." Still, nothing. I ran back downstairs after checking the bedrooms. I was a few steps away from entering the kitchen when I heard heavy, raspy breathing coming from around the corner. A part of me started to panic. It was one odd thing after another. Could all these odd happenings have a simple explanation? Feeling totally spooked at this point, I cautiously made my way toward the noise. As each foot stepped closer, I felt like I could just sink into the floor and die. I took in the coldness that was radiating from the kitchen and kept repeating in my head, "Ghosts aren't real. Ghosts aren't real." I took a deep breath, reminding myself that there was a perfectly rational explanation for all the odd behavior, but still, I couldn't help but wonder what I was going to find in the kitchen. Every ounce of adrenaline I had left was pulsing through my veins. I turned into the kitchen and saw an old man with an oxygen tank staring at me, heavy breathing being his signature trait. He just stared at me, wheezing and breathing as he held his oxygen tank. "Can I help you, sir?" He slowly lifted his free arm to show a water bottle in his hand. His arm shook as he laid his oxygen tank against the wall. He then proceeded to unscrew the cap on the water bottle, fingers shaking slightly. I cocked my head to the side as I watched intently. Perhaps he was the little girl's grandpa, and he had lost her during a late-night walk. He held the water bottle out toward me, arm parallel to the ground. Then with one hard jerk, he splashed the water on me. Hocus pocus. Oh, wait, it didn't make you disappear. I stood soaking wet as the old man let out a raspy laugh. His smile held each yellowed tooth in place as his wrinkled gray skin reached wide from cheek to cheek. "Sir, you need to leave. I'm not sure how you got in or why you think you can just come in here." "I can't leave. I'm dead." I felt my heart flutter in my chest. You're dead?" Another raspy laugh escaped him. "You remember Wanda Smith?" I thought back to a few months ago. I did remember her. She was a sweet old lady who had just lost her husband. She needed my help selling her home because nobody wanted to buy the house after word got out that her husband died in the bedroom. That was my wife. I've seen what you do. You mock the dead. Panic washed over me. If this old man standing in front of me was a ghost, did that mean the little girl was a ghost too? Which means the demon? The old man interrupted my thoughts. "Karma is a bitch, isn't it, Jackson?" "What do you mean? Why are you here? Are you trying to haunt me?" The old man let out another raspy laugh and slowly faded away. I heard the faint giggle of the little girl once again. I turned around but didn't see anything. A cold sweat broke down my back as I started to wonder if I was going crazy. Ghosts aren't real, but mental illness is. I'm becoming delusional. A light tap on my backside distracted me from my panic. I spun around to see the little girl just inches away, standing right behind me. "What do you want? Is this all a dream? Are you a hallucination?" The little girl didn't say a word. She used her pointer finger to tell me to lean in closer. I bent over to get a little closer. She just kept bending her pointer finger as if to say, "Come closer, closer," the grin on her face spreading. I bent my knees and hovered at her level. She leaned in to cup her hands around my ear and whispered, "He told me to distract you." My spine stiffened as I shot up and looked down at the little girl in disbelief. Who told her to distract me? She started laughing as loud as she could to where it was almost an ear-piercing scream. The louder she laughed, the more deformed her face started to appear. Her skin started to look like plastic melting, like if you were to hold a baby doll up to a fire. She kept laughing as her skin and muscle sloshed off onto the ground. Laughter rang in my ears until she was nothing but a skeletal head. I stood horrified looking at the little girl's skull. There was a hollowed hole where there was once a nose that sat as cute as a button on her face. Deep dark sockets sunk into the skull where her little green eyes once were. With one last burst of laughter, her skeletal jaw fell to the floor and rolled toward my feet. I knew I had to get out of this house. This house truly was haunted. I made a straight line for the front door. The rubber on my shoes squeaked against the hardwood floors as my legs carried me faster than my body could keep up. I could hear laughter following me from upstairs. It sounded like hundreds of children laughing. The laughter grew louder and louder as I inched closer to the front door. The laughter quickly turned demonic as the sound contorted into petrified moans. My sweaty palm hit the knob on the door as I twisted it and threw the door open. I immediately fell back as I felt my heart nearly stop. Standing in the doorway was the demon. The burnt red skin hung from its face as the horns sharpened to a point on top of its head. A snake-like tongue slithered out of its mouth as it began to talk to me. Keep staring. Shaken, I crawled backward like a crab as I tried to escape the evil standing before me. What do you want? Keep staring. The moans and groans grew louder from upstairs. I almost couldn't hear what the demon was saying. I felt as if the demonic sounds were engulfing my soul. I looked to my left and saw the old man once again, laughing a dry, raspy laugh. He's telling you to stay, Jackson. In other words, you can't leave. But why? What have I done? The old man laughed once again, then threw a rolled-up newspaper at me which landed at the bottom of my feet. Look at it, you sick son of a bitch. Did you ever wonder why you couldn't step foot off this property? I pulled open the newspaper, frantically flipping through the pages and thumbing my finger down the pages as I scanned through the images. I felt electricity run through every muscle as my eyes scanned over my picture. In big, bold letters above my name it read, "Crazy husband kills entire family, then shoots himself." I let the newspaper fall to the floor. This couldn't be real. I had to be in a nightmare right now. I would never hurt my family. I didn't remember doing this. Tears streamed down my cheeks and onto the newspaper as I tried to think back to what had happened. I got up and started to run around the house in a frenzy as the horrific details started to piece together. This was my house. I started to scream as I fell to my knees. What have I done? I have ruined my life. Everything had come back to me now. I sat on my knees, staring at the front door as the vision flooded my memory. I had just walked through the door. My wife and 3 kids sat at the dinner table waiting for me patiently. "How was your day, honey?" My wife smiled at me. My kids ran up and hugged me. Something in me just snapped. I can't tell you what it was. It was like some sort of evil got in my brain and took the steering wheel. I went and got the gun out of our safe, then I just shot them all. I watched their dead bodies bleed out as relief washed over me. It felt good. The blood that puddled on the floor shot my reflection back up to me, the reflection of a murderer. I stomped my shoe in the puddle as the realization of what I had done finally hit me. I did the only thing I knew to do next, shoot myself. I stared up at the demon, the old man, and the little girl who were all staring at me, surrounding me in a circle. The old man piped up again. "This is your version of hell, Jackson. This will be the 103rd time you have relived this. Each day is a little different. We always think of new ways to scare you. Fun, isn't it?" I started bawling. Was this how I was going to spend eternity? I wept and called out to see if anyone out there could hear me. Was there a God out there? I never really took practice to religion when I was alive, but perhaps he could have mercy on my soul. "Please, please, give me one more chance. Oh, please, I'm sick in the head. I'll get help. I'll go get help before it gets out of hand next time. Please give me another chance. I won't do it again." I awoke the next day to find myself in my bedroom. I rolled over and saw my wife sleeping peacefully in bed. Wow, what a nightmare, I thought to myself. Visibly shaken, I decided to take the day off work and spend some time at home. I walked by our closet and peered in at the safe, which held a handgun, the item we kept for protection from intruders. Funny how thought works. I thought back to my horrifying dream and decided that I'm going to get rid of the guns, every single one of them, today. I headed into the bathroom to brush my teeth, then went down to make breakfast for my family, the family I was ever so thankful to have. I fired up the griddle to make French toast, poured myself a cup of coffee, then peered out the window. I stared out at the beautiful day, then took in a deep breath. The smell of coffee was amazing. I took a sip as it slightly burned my lip. I closed my eyes and thought about how thankful I was to have this life I have. I couldn't imagine giving it up for anything. Thoughts of my kids growing up to be doctors and lawyers danced through my head when a tap on my shoulder pulled me from my daydream. I opened my eyes to see a reflection of an old man standing behind me in the window. My heart skipped a beat as the old man let out a raspy laugh. The unrest stopped. It's been nearly 2 decades since that night, and I still can't drive down an empty highway without feeling my stomach churn. Even now, the memory lingers like a shadow at the corner of my vision, always there, always waiting to remind me of what we saw, or what we think we saw. I've told the story to friends, co-workers, anyone who'd listen, and while most just laugh it off or give me skeptical looks, I've stopped caring. It's not about whether they believe me. It's about getting it out, like purging some toxin from my system. But if you're willing to hear me out, I'll tell you everything. Every detail, every chill, every moment when the world seemed to fold in on itself. I was 16 then, stuck in that awkward stage where I thought I knew everything and simultaneously felt like I knew nothing. My mom had decided that our summer vacation would be a road trip, a cross-country journey from New York to California, crammed in a battered minivan with my older sister Jenna, who was 20 and eternally exasperated with me. The trip was supposed to be an adventure, a bonding experience. What it became was something else entirely. It was late, past midnight, when we found ourselves on a desolate stretch of interstate somewhere in the Midwest. The road was long and flat, cutting through endless fields of nothingness. We hadn't seen another car in what felt like hours, and the only sound was the hum of the engine and the occasional crackle of static from the radio. Despite the emptiness, we weren't tired. We'd stopped a few hours earlier for dinner and coffee, and the caffeine was still doing its job. But nature called, and the gas gauge was dipping toward empty. When the glow of a rest stop appeared on the horizon, it felt like a blessing. A small green sign announced its presence. Rest stop, 1 mile. My mom, ever the pragmatic one, pulled off the exit without hesitation. As we approached, the place looked ordinary enough. A single-story building with the usual gas pumps out front, a flickering neon open sign in the window, and a scattering of parked vehicles. There was a van full of teenagers, their laughter and chatter spilling into the night air, and a small gray sedan parked at the pump directly in front of us. 2 men stood by the car, their figures silhouetted in the harsh fluorescent light. They didn't move as we pulled up, didn't acknowledge our arrival. It wasn't unusual, not at first. "I'll go in with Jenna," my mom said, unbuckling her seatbelt. "You stay here and watch the car." I nodded, content to scroll through my phone and enjoy the brief solitude. They disappeared into the building and I was left alone, the quiet wrapping around me like a blanket. That's when the unease began to creep in. It was subtle at first, a faint prickle at the back of my neck, an inexplicable sense that something was off. The teenagers were the first to react. I heard one of them say, "This place is creepy as hell," followed by murmurs of agreement. They fumbled with the gas pump, muttering about it not working, and then, just like that, they piled back into their van and sped off, their taillights disappearing into the darkness. I turned my attention to the gray car in front of us. The two men were still there, standing as still as statues. They weren't talking. They weren't moving. They weren't even looking at each other. It was as if they were frozen in time. I felt a chill crawl down my spine. When my mom and Jenna came rushing out of the building, their faces pale and eyes wide with fear, I knew something was wrong. "Get in the car," Mom said, her voice sharp and urgent. I didn't argue. As soon as they slammed the doors shut, I saw it. The men turned to look at us, slowly, deliberately, but they didn't move their bodies, only their heads, their eyes. I'll never forget their eyes, or rather the lack of them. Where their eyes should have been, there was nothing but darkness, not black like ink or shadow, but an absence of light, an emptiness that seemed to pull at my very soul. I couldn't look away, and yet every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to flee, to get as far away as possible. "Go!" Jenna shouted, and Mom floored the gas pedal. The tires squealed and the minivan lurched forward. As we sped out of the parking lot, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The men hadn't moved. They just stood there watching us, their empty eyes fixed on our retreating car. We didn't stop driving until we reached the next city, an hour away. Even then, we couldn't bring ourselves to talk about what had happened. It wasn't until the next morning, when we were safely ensconced in a brightly lit diner, that we finally compared notes. And that's when things got even stranger. We tried to find the rest stop on a map, retracing our route and pinpointing the exact location where we'd pulled off. But it wasn't there. No matter how many times we searched, no matter how many locals we asked, there was no trace of it. It was as if the place had never existed. To this day, I don't know what we saw. Were the men even human? Was the rest stop some kind of liminal space, a tear in the fabric of reality? I've heard stories of haunted places, of ghostly apparitions and unexplained phenomena, but nothing comes close to what we experienced that night. I've driven that stretch of interstate several times since then, always hoping and dreading that I might see the rest stop again. But it's gone, vanished without a trace. And yet, in the quiet moments, when the world feels just a little too still, I can't help but feel that it's still out there, waiting for its next visitors. The hitchhiker's curse. Ever start dating someone where everything feels a little too good to be true? At first it's magical. You're floating on cloud 9, thinking maybe, just maybe, you hit the jackpot. But then the doubts creep in. Nobody's that perfect, right? And even if they were, why would someone so flawless pick you? Your mind starts playing games, convincing you there's a dark secret lurking beneath their charm. Maybe those cute little quirks that make you laugh now will drive you insane later. Or maybe there's something much darker, a drug problem, a secret family, or God forbid, a shady past involving a murder weapon and an uncontrollable rage. It's human nature to look for cracks even when everything seems unbreakable. I didn't expect to face those cracks so soon. After just 2 months of dating, Emily, not her real name, suggested we take a 1,000-mile road trip. She thought it would be romantic. I thought it would be a prison sentence. Don't get me wrong, I liked her, a lot, but something about being stuck together for hours on end made me uneasy. Still, I agreed. What could go wrong? The first 100 miles felt like a dream. We sang to the radio, laughed until our sides hurt, and shared goofy confessions. She teased me relentlessly when she found out I knew every word to Skater Boy. I teased her back for not knowing Bohemian Rhapsody. By all accounts, it was perfect. Then we saw the hitchhiker. Emily spotted him first. a man in a press suit standing by the freeway ramp, waving his thumb like he was hailing a cab. "Let's give him a ride," she said, her hand squeezing mine. I didn't even slow down. "No way, we don't know him. For all we know, he could rob us. Or worse." "He doesn't look dangerous," she replied, peering at him through the side mirror. "He's wearing a suit, for God's sake." "That just means he's already robbed someone," I muttered, gripping the wheel tighter. The guy gave me the creeps. He didn't even have a sign or luggage, just a strained smile and a wild, frantic wave. Emily sighed, but let it go. For a while we drove in silence, the tension between us thickening. But then, 20 miles later, we saw him again. The same man. This time his suit was streaked with dirt, and his face looked drawn, almost desperate. Emily noticed him first again. "How is he here already?" she asked, her voice tinged with unease. "I don't know, and I don't care," I snapped. "Let's just keep going." But I did care. My stomach knotted as we passed him, my grip on the wheel tightening. Emily, however, couldn't stop glancing back. The unease turned into a low-grade argument. She accused me of being heartless. I accused her of being reckless. We bickered until we both agreed to drop it, but the tension hung in the air like a storm cloud. Another 30 miles passed, and there he was again. Only this time he looked worse. His jacket was gone, his shirt torn, and blood seeped through the fabric over his stomach. He stumbled along the roadside, his movements erratic, almost mechanical. Emily begged me to stop, but my instincts screamed at me to keep going. "We have to help him," she cried, her voice cracking. "No, we don't." "Something's wrong here," I said through gritted teeth. She didn't care about my gut feeling. I didn't care about hers. The argument reached a fever pitch when she grabbed the wheel, nearly sending us into the ditch. We drove the next 50 miles in cold, angry silence. Then we saw him again, face down on the side of the road. His shirt and jacket were gone, revealing long, bloody gashes across his back, like claw marks. Emily jumped out before I could stop her, kneeling beside the body. She looked up at me, her eyes burning with rage. "He's dead," she said. "Can I call the police, or is that too much of an inconvenience for you?" I nodded, numb. I couldn't process what was happening. While she waited for the police, I filled the gas tank, my mind racing. What the hell was going on? The cops asked a few questions, but neither of us mentioned that we'd seen him alive multiple times. How could we explain it without sounding insane? We got back on the road, but the damage was done. Emily stared out the window, refusing to speak. I kept driving, desperate to end the trip. The sun dipped below the horizon and darkness swallowed the road. Emily eventually fell asleep, her head resting against the window. She looked peaceful, like nothing had happened. I wanted to believe we could still salvage things. That was until she woke up screaming. "In the back seat!" she yelled, her voice raw with terror. I glanced in the rearview mirror. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. But then I saw him, the hitchhiker. His skin was gray, his body covered in dried blood and deep wounds. He was leaning forward, his eyes glinting in the dark as he stared directly at me. "Get off the road!" Emily screamed, clutching my arm. "I can't! Get him out!" I shouted back, my voice shaking. My hands were white-knuckled on the wheel as I tried to keep control. The hitchhiker didn't move. He just cocked his head, almost curiously, like he was studying me. Then he lunged, his filthy hands wrapped around Emily's throat, his fingers sinking into her skin like it was clay. She thrashed, her fists smashing against the windows. I slammed on the brakes, but the car didn't stop fast enough. When I finally flung open the door and ran to the back seat, they were both gone. No hitchhiker, no Emily, just an empty car streaked with blood and shards of broken glass. I searched for hours, calling her name into the endless night. Nothing. When I finally gave up, I got back in the car, my mind numb. I decided to drive home, to forget this nightmare and pretend none of it ever happened. But then, a few miles down the road, I saw her. Emily, standing by the shoulder, clean, unhurt, smiling, her thumb outstretched in the dim glow of my headlights. Now I'm parked here, writing this. I don't know what to do. If I stop, what happens? If I drive past, will she catch up anyway? One thing's certain. I'm not alone on this road anymore. Why I didn't shower for 21 years. I have nightmares where I'm trapped in a shower. The drain is plugged, and the water won't stop pouring down on me. Water rises to my ankles, to my waist, and then over my head. The shower curtain turns to glass, and my screams turn to gargles. A dark figure presses its face against the glass on the other side, and it watches me. I plead, but it won't let me out. I swallow water and flail helplessly in my glass coffin. I wake up gagging. I know where the nightmare came from. I never have to dig deep. The incident is never far from my subconscious. Finding it is easy. Getting over it is not. It was the summer of my 12th birthday when the Hudsons moved in across the street. 3 people, one of them a really old woman. She was tiny, frail, skeletal almost. Thin white hair, faded blue flowery dress. Her head hung from her neck, and it wobbled as the man pushed her up a makeshift wheelchair ramp into the house. At the time, I couldn't figure out if she was alive or dead. A few minutes later, she appeared in an upstairs window, sitting in her wheelchair. She was directly facing my bedroom, and I cautiously peered out from behind my curtains. Her head was upright now, and she stared at me. Just stared, without moving her head an inch. I closed my drapes. For days she sat at the window. She watched the cars putter down our suburban road and gazed at the neighborhood kids scurrying through their yards. I never saw anyone else in the room. Never saw her move from that wheelchair. At night, I'd nervously peek through the crack in my drapes. Her silhouette was still in that window, lights off, staring out into the darkness at my bedroom. I couldn't tell, but I knew she was watching me. The stories about her cropped up pretty quick amongst my friends in the neighborhood. That she was a witch, that she was just a doll, that she was actually dead. But I knew she wasn't dead. Sure, I never saw her move from that window, not once. And I never saw her head turn, but I felt her eyes move as they studied me. I could feel her watching me. All alone in my bedroom, in the middle of the night with my drapes firmly shut, I'd wake up and shudder. Her eyes were on me, I just knew it. I began sleeping on the floor. The lower I was, the better. Maybe she couldn't see me if I was on the floor. I told my parents that the old woman across the street was creeping me out. I pleaded with them to talk to the Hudsons and ask them to move her to a room without a window. They laughed and told me to let her live out her twilight years in peace. She was just watching the street, they said, and that probably made her feel happy and feel younger. "Are you just going to stick me in a windowless room when I'm an old lady?" My mom laughed. "Remind me to move in with your sister when I'm in a wheelchair." A week later, there was some commotion at the Hudsons. I watched from my bedroom window as the man ran out of the house and opened up the double doors of his van. He jogged inside, and he reappeared minutes later pushing the old woman in her wheelchair down the ramp. She looked frailer than before. She couldn't have weighed more than 70 pounds. Her head was flung to the side, resting on her right shoulder. Her body jostled in the wheelchair, but her eyes never left me, watched me the whole time. The man picked her up and placed her in the car. He folded the wheelchair and stuffed it in the trunk. He quickly hopped into the driver's seat. The younger woman pounced into the passenger seat, and the man put his foot to the pedal. The old woman's limp head still faced me. It bobbed up and down as the van reversed down the driveway. I studied her face. It was expressionless, emotionless. Her tongue slightly hung from the right side of her mouth, but her eyes were on mine, and they stayed on me. The van accelerated down the street, and it was gone. My parents heard the news that afternoon from other neighbors. The old woman's condition was getting worse, and the Hudsons had taken her to some sort of a home. She wouldn't be coming back. I went straight to my bedroom, and I looked across the street. I smiled. Her window was finally empty. The Hudsons didn't come back the next day. No van. That night, I looked out towards the old woman's window. There was no one there, no wheelchair, but the bedroom light was on. I remember telling my dad I thought it was strange, and he just shrugged and said, "Must be on some sort of timer or something." I woke up in the middle of the night and nervously peered out my bedroom window. That bedroom light was still on. It suddenly flicked off, and I ducked below my window frame. I slowly rose and looked out, expecting to see the silhouette of that tiny, skeletal being. I watched for 10 minutes, pinching and straining my eyes. The lights quickly flickered on and then off again. I slept on the floor again, clutching my pillow close. I had a late baseball practice the next evening. When I got home, my house was empty. My parents were at my little sister's softball game. I headed to the shower to rinse off. About 3 minutes into my shower, I felt cold. The hot steam was escaping the bathroom somehow, which didn't make sense because I had shut the door. I wiped the shampoo from my eyes, turned my head, and I heard a strange noise that would haunt me in nightmares for years. The metal rings of the shower curtain being dragged across the shower rod. Someone was slowly opening the curtain. The shampoo stung my eyes, and through the stinging I saw a dark figure behind the curtain. Long, pale, bony fingers gripped the curtain as it slowly opened. I instinctively backed up in the shower, and the curtain opened completely. There stood the old woman. I must have only looked at her for 1, maybe 2 seconds, but at that moment, time stood still. All these years later, I can still draw you a vivid picture of the horrifying image in front of me. Disheveled white hair crazy in her eyes, bones jutting out from under her stretched skin, stark naked, blotchy skin, warts all over her body, skinny breasts hanging to her waist, hair where I didn't know people could grow hair. She smiled grotesquely, and I felt the shower tile against my back and the hot water pound my face. In her other hand, the old woman held a letter opener. "August," she mumbled. "August, August, August." I leaped past her, knocking her tiny body to the floor. I ran downstairs, naked and sopping wet. In my panic, I somehow remembered I was nude, and I yanked a pair of shorts out of the hamper in the laundry room, sending the hamper crashing to the floor. I hightailed it on foot down the street, eventually winding up at my friend's house. When the police arrived, they found the old woman, crumpled to a heap in the bathroom. The shower was still running. The policemen were all really nice to me, admiring me for my bravery. I told them what she said to me, "August," and asked if they knew what she could have meant. "It will be August in a few days," one of them shrugged, "and you can never fully understand old and crazy, son." The Hudsons only came to our street once more to retrieve their stuff. The "for sale" sign was up in days. My mom told me they couldn't face the neighbors for what happened. Apparently, they had taken the old woman, the man's mother, to a special home downstate. Somehow, some way, the woman managed to escape the home and caught a bus back to our town. It never quite made sense to me. She was so old, so frail, so helpless. She could barely move those weeks she lived in that house. How had she managed to travel hundreds of miles on her own? Anyway, you can imagine what this did to me. I didn't shower for 21 years. I took baths, which I suppose aren't that different. It's still a tub, and it involves hot, soapy water. But a shower, with its closed curtain, water peppering the tub floor and steam climbing the walls, you get lost inside your own head in the shower. Thoughts consume you, and it feels so utterly safe. For a few minutes, you are alone from the world. It's your own private, misty kingdom. But that's what makes the shower dangerous. You're enclosed, vulnerable, naked. You're exposed. I talked to people about it. My parents, a shrink. But mainly I tried to push the incident deep down into places where I couldn't find it. I didn't talk about it with anyone since I was a kid. Life carried on. Besides the baths, I was pretty normal. A few months ago, something inside me clicked. I felt the urge to re-examine the incident. It was almost like a voice in my head was telling me to do it. My head wanted closure. I spent hours online one night trying to track down any information on the Hudsons and the old woman. I finally found what I was looking for. An obituary for the old woman. She had died 4 years ago. Somehow that walking skeleton hadn't checked out for another 15 years. The obituary photo was a black and white picture from when she was a young woman. It was a photo of her and her deceased husband on their wedding day. His name was August, and he looked exactly like me. I closed the browser and stared at my computer desktop for 10 minutes. It finally made more sense, why she called me August, why she was obsessed with watching me. Maybe she used to write letters to her husband, and that's why she was clutching the letter opener that night. For a small moment, I felt a little better. Things always feel better when they make more sense. "Honey, is everything okay?" It was my wife. "I think so," I said. I took the first shower I had taken in years that night. I didn't even jump when the curtain rungs dragged across the shower rod and my wife entered. But as she embraced me under the hot water, one question wouldn't leave my head. How come the young woman in that wedding photo looks exactly like my wife? The terrorizing of our substitute teacher, Mr. Mahoney. What an odd guy, I remember thinking as Mr. Mahoney shuffled into my 6th grade classroom for the first time. Crumply brown suit, crooked tie, flush face, right hand nervously shaking at his waist, and somehow he already had chalk in his hair. He stuttered out his first words to the class, and he hadn't even finished his introductory sentence before I knew he was a goner. I'd never seen a grown man look so squirrely. The principal should have adequately warned him. We were a bunch of sharks, and we smelled blood in the water. The pranks and jokes started small. Mr. Mahoney was asking for it, in a way. He was so unprepared, so utterly clueless. It was impossible not to mess with him. One activity required Mr. Mahoney to draw a clock on the chalkboard. The class counted along together as he drew the numbers on the circular clock face. 1, 2, 3, 4, louder and louder as the numbers progressed. And when we got to 12, we kept going. 13! Everyone shouted in unison. Mr. Mahoney drew 13 o'clock in white chalk. The class erupted in laughter, and Mr. Mahoney turned red in embarrassment. He sheepishly erased the 13, stuttered something incomprehensible, and his trembling hand dropped the eraser. It made a eraser-shaped chalk smudge on his pants. We laughed harder. Mr. Mahoney picked up the eraser, and he banged at his pants with his hand to remove the smudge. The problem was, he was still holding the eraser. His entire brown pant leg turned ghost white. Kids laughed so hard they fell from their chairs. That was the moment I pitied Mr. Mahoney for the first time. Only I couldn't stop laughing with the others. My two friends, Carson Starkey and Dylan Newcomb, everyone called him Nuke, were the worst offenders. They were fans of the classics at first, tacks on Mr. Mahoney's chair, turning everyone's desks backwards before Mr. Mahoney came into the classroom, stuff like that. But their pranks soon progressed. On one occasion, Mr. Mahoney asked the class for the answer to 9 multiplied by 5. Nuke raised his hand and mouthed the words, 45, but said nothing. Can't hear you, Mr. Mahoney said, walking closer. Nuke mouthed the words again, looking confused. Speak, up, pa. Please, Mr. Mahoney said, moving a foot from Nuke's face. 45! Nuke shouted into Mr. Mahoney's face. Mr. Mahoney jumped back and tripped over a desk, sprawling to the floor. The classroom laughter reached a fevered pitch, and then we saw it. A tiny blob of liquid on Mr. Mahoney's pants near the crotch. The guy had pissed himself. Mr. Mahoney stumbled to his feet and ran out of the room, but not before tripping one more time. The class was in stitches, everyone but me. I wasn't laughing this time, but I didn't come to Mr. Mahoney's defense. I didn't tell anyone to shut up and leave the poor guy alone. I just let it happen. That afternoon, Nuke, Starkey, and I were called down to the principal's office. Nuke and Starkey were the dynamic duo of classroom tomfoolery, but me being friends with them, well, I guess I was guilty by association. Mr. Mahoney sat in the corner, wrinkly brown suit and tie, chalk in hair, looking down at the ground. I detected the scent of urine in the air, and so did Nuke. He exaggeratedly plugged his nose. Mr. Mahoney's hand trembled. The principal lectured us for 10 minutes. He jabbed his finger at our chests, and he demanded we stop harassing Mr. Mahoney. There would be dire consequences if we didn't. Mr. Mahoney said nothing. Nuke shot him the stink eye the entire time. I can't believe he told on us, Nuke whispered to me as we left the principal's office. There was venom in his voice. Nuke and Starkey demanded revenge, and lots of it. They quickly devised the prank to end all pranks, the ultimate revenge on Mr. Mahoney for tattling on students. He's such a fraidy cat, Nuke sneered. I'll make him piss so hard he'll drown in his own pants. I unwillingly went along with the whole thing. Truthfully, I thought my part in the prank wasn't that big of a deal. I saw myself as the getaway driver in a bank robbery. I wasn't robbing the bank. I wasn't the one committing the crime. Sure, I was helping, but it wasn't that big of a deal. But looking back on it now, I was too weak to say no to my friends. I should have said no. But when Nuke and Starkey went over the plan, I merely nodded and said, okay. My part was easy, and Mr. Mahoney might not even know I was there. Somehow that made it okay. The prank to end all pranks occurred on a Tuesday night. Nuke called Mr. Mahoney and pretended to be Mr. Newcomb, and he demanded a teacher-parent conference at the Newcomb household. Mr. Mahoney should have known better, but he agreed to come over to the Newcomb home for a chat about Dylan's recent behavior. It was all set. Nuke's parents were gone that night. It was just me, Nuke, and Starkey. I sat in the basement next to the fuse box. Starkey sat next to me, unable to contain his giggles. I heard the doorbell ring and footsteps upstairs. The door opened, and 2 sets of footsteps walked to the family room. Nuke and Mr. Mahoney are sitting on the couch. I waited for my signal, and it came 1 minute later. A loud crash. Nuke just accidentally knocked over the lamp. I flipped the main power switch to the house. The entire home went black. More footsteps. Nuke is telling Mr. Mahoney that he'll check the fuse box. He'll be back in a second. The basement door creaked open, and footsteps echoed down the steps. Nuke is descending the basement steps. A dark figure appeared next to us. It's Nuke. "Do it, Starkey," Nuke whispered. Starkey dumped corn syrup all over the front of Nuke's shirt. Nuke stifled his laughter while Starkey slipped a rubber clown mask over his own head and picked up the silver butcher's knife. "Let's do this." Starkey huffed through the latex. Nuke stumbled upstairs first, with Starkey trailing 5 feet behind. I reluctantly followed from a short distance with a Polaroid camera, and I watched the whole thing unfold. Nuke appeared from the basement door, clutching his chest and sobbing for help. Mr. Mahoney ran over to him. "Oh, my God, God," Mr. Mahoney blubbered, touching the corn syrup on Nuke's shirt. The killer clown then emerged with a raised butcher's knife in his hand. Mr. Mahoney screamed and grabbed onto Nuke's shirt at the collar. It ripped off, and Mr. Mahoney fell to the floor. He backed up and trembled against the wall, still clutching the torn collar. I watched him quiver in the darkness. "Do it!" yelled Nuke. "Take his picture!" I brought up the camera to my face, but I couldn't do it. Starkey made some monster noises and inched closer to Mr. Mahoney. Our substitute teacher sobbed quietly. "Jesus Christ," said Nuke, pointing at Mr. Mahoney. "He pissed all over my floor." I looked down and saw piss emptying from the bottom of Mr. Mahoney's left pant leg. I had never felt more sorry for another human being in my whole life. It felt like we were torturing an injured puppy. "Tail the picture," Nuke insisted. I didn't do it. I just dropped the camera to the floor, and it shattered into 3 pieces. Starkey removed his mask and tossed it to Mr. Mahoney. It landed in his lap. "We're just joking around, Mr. Mahoney," Starkey said. "It's just a prank." Mr. Mahoney put one arm against the wall, braced himself, and clambered to his feet. He looked at the torn collar in one hand, the clown mask in the other, sniffled and shuffled out the front door. "He took my mask," Starkey lamented. "Let him keep the stupid thing," Nuke muttered. Mr. Mahoney wasn't at school the next day. In fact, he never came back. Nuke, Starkey, and I waited each day to be called down to the principal's office to answer for our prank, but that call never came. Our class was assigned a new substitute teacher, and life in the 6th grade marched on. 3 weeks later, a package arrived for our class. It was a stack of math homework that Mr. Mahoney had graded but had never returned to us. The sub passed back the worksheets, each meticulously marked up and graded. But Nuke's and Starkey's weren't marked up like the rest of the class. No cross-outs or corrections. Mr. Mahoney had just written the same thing on each of their essays in blazingly red ink. Nice job. I'm looking forward to seeing more of you soon. I didn't get a worksheet back. I quickly thumbed through my binder and found the worksheet, uncompleted. Never was I so happy to have forgotten to do my homework. What a load of crap, Nuke snickered. He crumpled up the sheet and tossed it on the floor. Starkey did the same. I slipped my unfinished sheet back into my binder, and I wondered what Mr. Mahoney was doing at the moment. Maybe he was sitting alone, hands shaking nervously at his side and tears running down his cheeks. Or maybe he's sharpening an axe. I shuddered, but the image didn't leave my head. I put my head down on my binder and closed my eyes. "I'm sorry, Mr. Mahoney," I whispered to no one. "I'm so sorry." For years I waited for Mr. Mahoney's revenge to come. I expected him to pounce around a dark corner on the street, or I often pictured him slipping on that clown mask and appearing at the foot of my bed with that axe that he was sharpening in my daydream. His right hand trembles like usual, but then it tightens around the wooden handle. He plunges the axe deep into my chest. I probably deserved it for what we did to him. But he never came. I grew up, graduated high school and then college. I married and got a good job. Nuke and Starkey were not so lucky. Nuke tore up both of his knees in high school, and he lost his football scholarship. Cocaine was his medicine and coping mechanism. He still went to college, but dropped out after one term. Nuke moved home and dealt drugs from his parents' basement, eventually selling to an undercover cop. He resisted arrest, fled in his car with his girlfriend, and he wrapped his car around a pole. Nuke's girlfriend flew through the windshield and died on the scene. My childhood friend now sits in jail, and the doctors say he'll never walk again. Starkey graduated college and immediately got engaged. 2 months later, his wife was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. Faced with daunting medical bills, Starkey embezzled from his company and was promptly caught. Weeks later, Starkey's daughter was crushed underneath a falling entertainment unit at the family home. She lived, but she was paralyzed from the neck down. Starkey took out a massive insurance policy and threw himself off a building. I received a letter from Nuke not too long ago. He's been doing a lot of reading while in jail, books about hexes and witchcraft. He's convinced Mr. Mahoney used supernatural tactics to get his revenge upon him and Starkey. "Mahoney hexed us," Nuke wrote. "He left my house that night with a piece of my shirt and Starkey's mask. If someone has an item that belongs to you, he can use witchcraft to place a curse. That explains why you are completely fine, my life is fucked, and Starkey is dead. Just think about it." I thought about it. I thought it was bullshit. A week later, I saw Mr. Mahoney at a dive bar, miles out of town down an old country road. At least I thought it was him. He was slumped in a corner booth, half passed out, 3 sheets to the wind. He was still wearing that ratty brown suit, but he looked like he'd aged 40 years. His right hand anxiously shook on the table. I watched as the man sauntered to his feet and stumbled toward the door. It was the same stumble of an awkward, nervous, substitute teacher from 20 years ago. I followed the man outside. It was a windy night. I lit up a smoke and watched curiously as the drunken man leaned against a wall and tried to light a cigarette of his own. He struggled mightily to keep his lighter ablaze in the breeze. It kept extinguishing. I approached and offered him my lighter. It lit right up. Smoke danced from the tip of the man's cigarette. We stood in silence and smoked for a few minutes. Finally, I asked, "Did you ever substitute teach in a 6th grade classroom?" The man's head froze up. His eyes looked straight ahead, never at me. He inhaled deeply from his cigarette. "Are you Mr. Mahoney?" I asked, slowly. I looked into his eyes, but the man did not look at me. He said nothing. For a moment, I doubted if it was even him. I looked away. "I just wanted to say that I'm sorry," I said. I walked 20 feet away when the man called out to me, Thanks for the light. I sat in my car in the parking lot just watching the man outside the bar. I thought about the past and the horrible things we did to Mr. Mahoney. I thought about Nuke and Starkey and how shitty their lives turned out to be. And then Nuke's letter popped into my head. If someone has an item that belongs to you, he can use witchcraft to place a curse. I patted my jean pockets. Just think about it. I patted the pocket of my sweatshirt. Mahoney hexed us. I patted my jean pockets again, and I finally felt it. I didn't feel it the first time. The lighter. Thank God. I pulled it from my pocket, studied it for a moment to make sure it was mine, and I exhaled slowly. I smiled to myself, and I shook my head. I was being stupid. There's no such things as hexes and curses. Nuke and Starkey were the victims of horrible choices and bad luck. There's no such thing as witchcraft. I examined the lighter, and I turned it in my hand. For a moment, I wished witchcraft was real. If that man outside the bar was Mr. Mahoney, he deserved the opportunity to ruin my life. I thought about walking outside and placing the lighter in his hand, but instead I smirked and pocketed it. I was being ridiculous. The man outside the bar was stumbling around. He was chasing something down the road, a tiny cigarette butt, my cigarette butt, the one I had just smoked. The wind picked it up, and the butt blew down the dark country road. The man limped after it, hand trembling at his waist. What an odd guy. Autopilot. Have you ever forgotten your phone? When did you realize you'd forgotten it? I'm guessing you didn't just smack your forehead and exclaim, "Damn," apropos of nothing. The realization probably didn't dawn on you spontaneously. More likely, you reached for your phone, pawing open your pocket or handbag, and were momentarily confused by it not being there. Then you did a mental re-step of the morning's events. Shit. In my case, my phone's alarm woke me up as normal, but I realized the battery was lower than I expected. It was a new phone, and it had this annoying habit of leaving applications running that drain the battery overnight. So, I put it on to charge while I showered instead of into my bag like normal. It was a momentary slip from the routine, but that was all it took. Once in the shower, my brain got back into the routine. It follows every morning, and that was it. Forgotten. This wasn't just me being clumsy. As I later researched, this is a recognized brain function. Your brain doesn't just work on one level, it works on many. Like when you're walking somewhere, you think about your destination and avoiding hazards, but you don't need to think about keeping your legs moving properly. If you did, the entire world would turn into one massive, hilarious QWOP cosplay. I wasn't thinking about regulating my breathing. I was thinking whether I should grab a coffee on the drive to work. I did. I wasn't thinking about moving my breakfast through my intestines. I was wondering whether I'd finish on time to pick up my daughter Emily from nursery after work, or get stuck with another late fee. This is the thing. There's a level of your brain that just deals with routine, so that the rest of the brain can think about other things. Think about it. Think about your last commute. What do you actually remember? Little, if anything, probably. Most common journeys blur into one, and recalling anyone in particular is scientifically proven to be difficult. Do something often enough, and it becomes routine. Keep doing it, and it stops being processed by the thinking bit of the brain and gets relegated to a part of the brain dedicated to dealing with routine. Your brain keeps doing it without you thinking about it. Soon you think about your route to work as much as you do keeping your legs moving when you walk. As in, not at all. Most people call it autopilot, but there's danger there. If you have a break in your routine, your ability to remember and account for the break is only as good as your ability to stop your brain going into routine mode. My ability to remember my phone being on the counter is only as reliable as my ability to stop my brain entering morning routine mode, which would dictate that my phone is actually in my bag. But I didn't stop my brain entering routine mode. I got in the shower as normal. Routine started, exception forgotten, autopilot engaged. My brain was back in the routine. I showered, I shaved. The radio forecast amazing weather. I gave Emily her breakfast and loaded her into the car. She was so adorable that morning. She complained about the bad sun in the morning blinding her, saying it stopped her having a little sleep on the way to nursery, and left. That was the routine. It didn't matter that my phone was on the counter charging silently. My brain was in the routine, and in the routine my phone was in my bag. This is why I forgot my phone. Not clumsiness, not negligence, nothing more, my brain entering routine mode and overriding the exception. Autopilot engaged. I left for work. It's a swelteringly hot day already. The bad sun had been burning since before my traitorously absent phone woke me. The steering wheel was burning hot to the touch when I sat down. I think I heard Emily shift over behind my driver's seat to get out of the glare. But I got to work, submitted the report, attended the morning meeting. It's not until I took a quick coffee break and reached for my phone that the illusion shattered. I did a mental re-step. I remembered the dying battery. I remembered putting it on to charge. I remembered leaving it there. My phone was on the counter. Autopilot disengaged. Again, therein lies the danger. Until you have that moment, the moment you reach for your phone and shatter the illusion, that part of the brain is still in routine mode. It has no reason to question the facts of the routine. That's why it's a routine. Attrition of repetition. It's not as if anyone could say, "Why didn't you remember your phone? Didn't it occur to you? How could you forget?" You must be negligent. This is to miss the point. My brain was telling me the routine was completed as normal, despite the fact that it wasn't. It wasn't that I forgot my phone. According to my brain, according to the routine, my phone was in my bag. Why would I think to question it? Why would I check? Why would I suddenly remember out of nowhere that my phone was on the counter? My brain was wired into the routine, and the routine was that my phone was in my bag. The day continued to bake. The morning haze gave way to the relentless fever heat of the afternoon. Tarmac bubbled. The direct beams of heat threatened to crack the pavement. People swapped coffees for iced smoothies. Jackets discarded, sleeves rolled up, ties loosened, brows mopped. The park slowly filled with sunbathers and BBQs. Window frames threatened to warp. The thermometer continued to swell. Thank the offices were air-conditioned. But as ever, the furnace of the day gave way to a cooler evening. Another day, another dollar. Still cursing myself for forgetting my phone, I drove home. The day's heat had baked the inside of the car, releasing a horrible smell from somewhere. When I arrived on the driveway, the stones crunching comfortingly under my tires, my wife greeted me at the door. "Where's Emily?" As if the phone wasn't bad enough. After everything, I'd left Emily at the nursery after all. I immediately sped back to the nursery. I got to the door and started practicing my excuses, wondering vainly if I could charm my way out of a late fee. I saw a piece of paper stuck to the door. "Due to vandalism overnight, please use side door. Today only." Overnight? What? The door was fine this morning. I froze. My knees shook. Vandals. A change in the routine. My phone was on the counter. I hadn't been here this morning. My phone was on the counter. I'd driven past because I was drinking my coffee. I'd not dropped off Emily. My phone was on the counter. She'd moved her seat. I hadn't seen her in the mirror. My phone was on the counter. She'd fallen asleep out of the bad sun. She didn't speak when I drove past her nursery. My phone was on the counter. She'd changed the routine. My phone was on the counter. She'd changed the routine and I'd forgotten to drop her off. My phone was on the counter. 9 hours. That car, that baking sun, no air, no water, no power, no help. That heat, a steering wheel too hot to touch. That smell. I walked to the car door, number shock. I opened the door. My phone was on the counter and my daughter was dead. Autopilot disengaged. Death has come. My dad was a strong man, the kind who could weather any storm. But cancer, stage 4 esophageal cancer, was the storm he couldn't beat. Watching him wither away, confined to his bed, was like witnessing a mountain crumble, one stone at a time. It was during those last few weeks, as my family and I cared for him in his bedroom, that things started happening. Things that I still struggle to make sense of. It began with a feeling, a subtle creeping unease that seemed to hang in the air. My mom felt it first. She'd tell me she couldn't shake the sensation of being watched, even when she was alone. I brushed it off, chalking it up to stress and exhaustion. We were all running on fumes after all. But then I felt it too. One evening, as I stood in my parents' room, talking to Dad, I got the unmistakable sense that something was behind me. You know that prickling awareness at the nape of your neck, like someone is just out of sight? That's what it felt like. I froze mid-sentence, my words trailing off as a shiver rippled down my spine. "Are you okay?" my dad asked, his voice rasping and weak. I didn't answer right away. My eyes darted to the doorway that led to the living room. That's when I saw it. A figure, about 4'6", jet black from head to toe, was peeking around the corner. Its head tilted slightly, almost curious. Long, slender fingers gripped the edge of the door frame, its knuckles unnaturally bony and gnarled. It wasn't solid, but not exactly transparent either. It was as if the shadows themselves had taken form, dense and impenetrable. My heart slammed against my ribs. Without thinking, I bolted toward it. The figure slipped back around the corner, its movement impossibly fluid, like smoke dissipating in the wind. By the time I reached the doorway, it was gone. I stood there, breathing hard, staring at the empty living room. Nothing. No sound. No movement. Just the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen and the ticking of the wall clock. I stepped out, searching every corner, but it was like the thing had evaporated. When I returned to my dad's room, he was watching me with a puzzled expression. "What's going on?" he asked. I hesitated, unsure of how to explain. Finally, I blurted it out. I saw something. I don't know what it was, but it was standing in the doorway. His brows furrowed, and for a moment, I thought he'd tell me I was imagining things. Instead, he gave me a look that I'll never forget, a mix of fear and resignation. Over the next few days, others began seeing it too. My mom was the first. She was sitting in the living room late at night, reading, when she saw the same black figure standing at the edge of the hallway. It didn't move, didn't retreat. It just stood there, watching her. She said she felt paralyzed, unable to look away until it finally faded into the darkness. My cousin, who stayed over to help with Dad's care, swore she saw it peering into the kitchen one morning as she made coffee. It always seemed to appear in the periphery, never in full view, as though it thrived in the edges of our awareness. By this point, we were all on edge. Sleep came sparingly, and every creak of the house set our nerves alight. My dad, strangely enough, never saw it. He would listen quietly as we recounted our experiences, but he never seemed surprised. One night I pressed him about it. "Do you think it's real?" I asked. "This thing?" He looked at me with tired eyes. "I don't know what it is, but I think it's here for me." His words hit me like a punch to the gut. The final days were the worst. The figure appeared more frequently, as though it was circling closer, its presence heavier and more oppressive. My mom started hearing whispers at night, faint and unintelligible, like a conversation just out of earshot. Once, she woke to find the figure standing at the foot of her bed, its featureless head tilted as if studying her. She screamed, and it vanished. The night my dad passed, the house was eerily silent. I was sitting by his bed, holding his frail hand, when the room grew cold, unnaturally cold, the kind of chill that sinks into your bones. I glanced at the doorway, and there it was again. This time, it didn't retreat. The figure stood motionless, its form darker than the shadows around it. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It felt as though the air had been sucked from the room. Then, slowly, it lifted a hand and pointed at my dad. Tears streamed down my face as I whispered, "Leave him alone." The figure didn't respond. It simply lowered its hand and stepped back, disappearing into the hallway. Moments later, my dad took his final breath. After he passed, the figure vanished. None of us saw it again, and the house felt lighter, as though a weight had been lifted. My mom moved out a few months later, unable to bear the memories that lingered in every corner. To this day, I don't know what we saw. Was it a manifestation of death, come to collect my father? A hallucination born of grief and exhaustion? Or something else entirely? Something darker and more inexplicable? All I know is that it was real, too real to ignore or dismiss. Even now, years later, I sometimes wake in the middle of the night, convinced I feel that same cold chill. And every time I can't help but glance at the doorway, half expecting to see it standing there, watching, waiting. Because deep down, I know it wasn't just here for him. One day it'll come for me too. Maps. Most old cities and the neighborhoods in them weren't planned with the thought that the population would begin to grow exponentially and it would have to be accommodated. The layout of the roads is generally originally in response to geographical restrictions and the necessity of connecting points of economic importance. Once the connecting roads are established, new businesses and roads are positioned strategically along the existing skeleton, and eventually the paths carved into the earth are immortalized in asphalt, leaving room only for minor modifications, additions, and alterations, but never a dramatic change. My childhood neighborhood must have been old then. If straight lines move as the crow flies, then my neighborhood must have been built based on the travels of a snake. The first houses built must have been placed around the lake, and gradually the inhabitable area increased as new extensions were built off the original path. But these new extensions all ended abruptly at one point or another. There was only one entrance, exit for the entire neighborhood. Many of these extensions were limited by a tributary which both fed and drank from the lake and passed right by what I came to call, and have called in these stories, the ditch. Many of the original homes had enormous yards, but some of those original plots had been divided, leaving properties with smaller and smaller boundaries. An aerial view of my neighborhood would give one the impression that an enormous squid had once died in the woods, and some adventuring entrepreneur found the corpse and paved roads over its tentacles, only to withdraw his involvement and leave time, greed, and desperation to divide up the land among prospective homeowners, like an embarrassing attempt at the golden ratio. From my porch you could see the old houses that surrounded the lake, but the house of Mrs. Maggie was my favorite. She was, as best as I can remember, around 80 years old, but despite that she was one of the friendliest people I had ever met. She had a head of loose-set white curls and always wore light dresses with floral patterns. She would talk to me and Josh from her back porch when we were swimming in the lake, and she would always invite us in for snacks. She said that she was lonely because her husband Tom was always away on business, but Josh and I would always decline her invitation because, as nice as Mrs. Maggie was, there was still something a bit odd about her. Every now and then, when we would swim away, she would say, "Chris and John, you're welcome here any time." And we could hear her still yelling that when we were walking back into my house. Mrs. Maggie, like many of the older homeowners, had a sprinkler system that was on a timer, though at some point over the years, her timer must have broken, because the sprinklers would come on at various points during the day and often even at night all year. While it never got cold enough to snow very much, several times each winter I would go outside in the morning to see Mrs. Maggie's yard transformed into a surreal Arctic paradise by the frozen water. Every other yard stood sterilized and dry by the biting frost of the winter's cold. But right there in the middle of the bleak reminder of the savagery of the season was an oasis of beautiful ice hanging like stalactites from every branch of every tree and every leaf of every bush. As the sun rose, it reflected off, and each piece of ice splintered the sun into a rainbow that would only be viewed briefly before it blinded you. Even as a child, I was struck by how beautiful it was, and often Josh and I would go over there to walk on the iced grass and have sword fights with the icicles. I once asked my mom why she left it on like that. My mom seemed to search for the explanation before she said, "Well, sweetie, Mrs. Maggie is sick a lot, and sometimes when she gets really sick, she gets confused. That's why she messes up yours and Josh's names sometimes. She doesn't mean to, but sometimes she just can't remember. She lives in that big house all by herself, so it's okay if you talk to her when you swim in the lake, but when she invites you in, you should keep saying no. Be polite. Her feelings won't get hurt." But she'll be less lonely when her husband comes home, though, right? How long will he be away on business? It seems like he's always away. My mom seemed to struggle, and I could see that she had become very upset. Finally, she answered, "Honey, Tom's not going to come home. Tom's in heaven. He died years and years ago, but Mrs. Maggie doesn't remember. She gets confused and forgets. But Tom's not ever coming home. If someone moved back in with her, she might even think it was Tom, but he's gone, sweetie." I would have only been around 5 or 6 when she told me that, and while I didn't understand it completely, I was still profoundly sad for Mrs. Maggie. I know now that Mrs. Maggie had Alzheimer's. She and her husband Tom had had 2 sons, Chris and John. The 2 had worked out payment plans with the utility companies and paid for Mrs. Maggie's water and electricity, but they would never visit her. I don't know if something happened between them, or if it was the illness, or if they just lived too far away, but they never came around. I have no idea what they looked like, but there were times when Mrs. Maggie must have thought Josh and I looked like they did when they were children. Or maybe she saw what some part of her mind so desperately wanted her to see, ignoring the images transmitted down her optic nerve and just for a little while showing her what used to be. I realize only now how lonely she must have been. During the summer after kindergarten, before the events of balloons, Josh and I had taken to exploring the woods near my house, as well as the tributary of the lake. We knew that the woods between our houses were connected, and we thought it would be neat if the lake near my house was somehow connected to the creek around his. So we resolved ourselves to find out. We were going to make maps. The plan was to make 2 separate maps and then combine them. We would make one map exploring the area around the creek near his house and make another following the outflow from my lake. Originally, we were going to make one map, but we realized that wasn't possible since I had started drawing the map of my area so huge that the route from his house wouldn't have been to scale. We kept the map from the lake at my house and the map from the creek at his house, and we would add to each when we stayed the night with each other. For the first couple weeks, it went really well. We would walk through the woods along the water and pause every couple minutes to add to the map, and it seemed like the 2 maps would come together any day. We had no equipment needed for the job, not even a compass, but we tried to make do. We had the idea to impale the earth with a stick when we had reached the end of a venture, so that if we came upon the stick from the other direction, the next weekend we would know we had joined the maps. We might have been the world's worst cartographers. Eventually, however, the woods became too thick near the water coming from the lake, and we were unable to proceed further. We lost interest in the whole project for a bit, and reduced our explorations significantly, though not completely, when we started selling snow cones. After I showed my mom all the pictures I had taken home from school, and she took away my snow cone machine, our interest in the maps revitalized. We had to come up with another plan. Although I didn't understand why, my mom had placed what I considered to be extremely severe restrictions on what I could do and where I could go, and I had to check in frequently if I went outside to play with Josh. This meant that we couldn't stay in the woods for hours and continue to look for a new path. We thought that we could just swim when we got to the cutoff in the woods, but that clearly wouldn't work since the map would get wet. We tried going faster when we were coming from Josh's house, but we eventually ran into the same problem. Then we had a brilliant idea. We'd build a raft. Due to the construction in the neighborhood, there was a large amount of scrap building material that the company would set in the ditch to keep it out of the road and off-site, since they no longer needed it for building. We originally conceived of a formidable ship complete with a mast and an anchor, but this quickly diminished into something more manageable. We set aside the wood and took several large pieces of styrofoam that were backed with foam board and tied them together with rope and kite string. We launched our vessel a little downwater from Mrs. Maggie and waved a farewell to her as she motioned us to come back her way. But there was no stopping us. The raft worked very well, and while we both behaved and spoke as if the functionality of the raft was a given, I know at least I was a little surprised. We each had a fairly long tree branch to use as a paddle, but we found it was easier to simply push against the land under the water than actually use them as intended. When the water became too deep, we'd simply lie on our stomachs and use our hands to paddle the water, which still worked, albeit less well. The first time we had to resort to that method of propulsion, I remember thinking that from far above, it must have looked like a colossally fat man with tiny arms was out for a swim. It actually took us several trips to get the raft to the impassable patch of woods that marked the farthest we had made it. After we had come up with the idea of marking the ground with a stick, we had taken to running through the woods until we got to the stick, and then, as carefully and precisely as we knew how, charting our course. This meant that the impasse was actually quite a bit away, so to sail from around my house all the way to the blockade in the woods was taking longer than expected. We'd sail for a bit, and then dock the raft, and then next time we'd run through the woods to the raft and go a little farther. We continued this well into first grade. Josh and I were assigned to different groups that year, so since we didn't really see one another during the school day, our parents were more willing to let us hang out all weekend each week. What's more, Josh's dad had taken on a lengthy construction job that required him to work over the weekends, and his mother was on call. So this meant that Josh would stay at my house most every weekend for weeks on end. We should have been making excellent progress, but when we finally made it to the impasse and had the opportunity to explore past it, we couldn't find a place to dock the raft. The woods were simply too thick, and the water had eroded the land to the point that there was nearly a 2-foot rise of earth over the tributary, which exposed the twisting and damp roots of the trees above. We'd have to turn back every time and leave the raft at the same thick of trees that prompted us to build it in the first place. Even worse, winter had arrived, so we couldn't justify leaving the house in our swimsuits. We were getting nowhere. We always had to come home before we could gain much ground. On a Saturday, around 7 p.m., Josh and I were playing when one of my mom's co-workers knocked on our door. Her name was Samantha, and I remember her well now because I would propose to her a couple years later when I was visiting my mom at work. My mom said that she had to go to work to fix a problem that had arisen and that she'd back in about 2 hours. Her car was being repaired, so she'd have to ride with Samantha, but I gathered that the problem was the Samantha's fault, and discussing it in the car was why it would only take 2 hours. She said that under no circumstances were we to leave the house or open the door for anyone, and she was in the middle of explaining that she would call every hour when she got there to check in. But she ended that statement prematurely when she remembered that our phone had been turned off for delinquent payments. This was why Samantha had just come by unannounced. She looked me dead in the eye as she was closing the door and said, "Stay put." This was our chance. We watched her drive down the serpentine road toward the exit, and as soon as the car rounded the last visible bend, we ran back to my room. I dumped my backpack out while Josh grabbed the map. "Hey, do you have a flashlight?" Josh chimed. "No, but we'll be back way before dark." I was thinking just in case we should have one. "My mom has one, but I don't know where she keeps it." "Wait." I ran into my closet and pulled a box down from the top shelf. "You have a flashlight in there?" Josh asked. "Not exactly." I opened the box and revealed 3 Roman candles that I had taken from the pile that my mother had amassed for the 4th of July that past summer, along with a lighter that I had managed to take from her some months before. This would ensure that we at least had some light if we needed it. This was a little bit before I had been given an opportunity to be afraid of the woods at night, so it wasn't fear that motivated our search for a light source, only practicality. We threw it all in the backpack and bolted out the back door, making sure to close it so boxes wouldn't get out. We had 1 hour and 50 minutes. We ran through the woods as fast as we could and made it to the raft in about 15 minutes. We had our bathing suits on under our clothes, so we stripped off our shirts and shorts and left them in 2 separate piles about 4 feet from the edge of the water. We untied the raft from the tree, grabbed our branch paddles, and cast off. We tried to move rapidly to reach a point beyond the contents of our ever-expanding map, as we didn't have time to waste seeing old sights. We knew that we were slower in the raft than on land, and that we would be in the raft for quite a while after the cutoff since the woods were too thick to walk through, and there wasn't a place to dock. This meant that we'd have to ride the raft back to the original docking site, even if we found a new place to dock it further ahead. After we passed the last charted part of our map, the water began to get really deep, and eventually we could no longer touch the bottom with our tree branches. So we lay on our stomachs and paddled with our hands. It was getting darker, and as a result it was becoming harder to distinguish the trees from one another, and we were both becoming slightly unnerved. In the interest of making good time, we were paddling fast with our arms, but this caused a lot of noise as our hands repeatedly confronted and then broke through the water's surface tension. During these periods, we could both hear the crunching of dead leaves and the snapping of fallen sticks in the woods to our right. As we would slow our pace and quiet our actions, the rustling in the woods would cease, and we began to wonder if it was really ever there at all. We didn't know what kinds of animals resided this far into the woods, but we did know that we didn't wish to find out. As Josh amended the map that I was illuminating with the lighter, we were suddenly confronted with the fact that the sounds were not imagined. Rapidly and rhythmically we heard crunch, snap, crunch. It seemed to be moving slightly away from us, pushing through the woods just beyond our map. It had become too dark to see. We had misjudged how long the sun would linger. Nervously I called out, "Hello?" There was a brief moment of breathless tension as we lay static in the water. This silence was suddenly broken by laughter. "Hello?" Josh cackled. "So what?" "Hello, Mr. Monster in the Woods. I know you're sneaking around, but maybe you'll answer to my hello?" "Hello?" I realized how stupid it was. Whatever animal it was, it wouldn't respond. I hadn't even realized I'd said it until afterwards, but if anything was actually there, I obviously wouldn't get a reply. Josh continued, "Hello?" in a high falsetto. "Hello?" I countered with as deep a baritone as I could manage. "Hello there, mate." "Hello, beep, boop." "Hello." We continued mocking each other, and were in the process of turning the raft around to head back when we heard, "Hello." It was whispered and forced as if it were powered by the last breath in a pair of deflating lungs, but it didn't sound sickly. It had come from the spot just off the map, which now sat behind us since we had turned the raft around. I slowly shifted on the raft and faced the direction of the sound as I fumbled with the Roman candle. I wanted to see. "What are you doing?" Josh hissed. But I had already lit it. As the sparking fuse sunk into the wrapper, I held it toward the sky. I had never actually shot one of these myself and thought to just use it like a flare in the movies. A glowing green orb rocketed out toward the stars and then quickly extinguished. I lowered my arm more toward the horizon. I could remember that there were several colors, but I couldn't remember how many times one of these fired before being depleted. A second ball of red light burst out and fizzled above the trees, but I still saw nothing. "Let's just go, man," Josh pressed, as he turned to face the direction back home and began paddling desperately. "Just one more." Lowering my arm directly at the woods in front of me, another red ball of fire was launched from the tube. It traveled straight ahead until it collided with a tree, briefly exploding the light in a much greater diameter. Still nothing. I dropped the firework in the water and watched as one more struggling fireball burst free only to quickly die, suffocated by the water. As we began paddling in the direction toward my house, we heard a loud and unconcealed rustling in the woods. The breaking of branches and the trampling of fallen leaves overpowered the sound of our splashing. It was running. In our panic, we jostled the raft too violently, and I felt one of the ropes under my chest loosen. "Josh, be careful!" But it was too late. Our raft was breaking. Before too long, it had completely fallen apart. We each held on to a separate piece of styrofoam, but the pieces weren't big enough to keep us completely afloat, and our legs dangled beneath us in the winter water. "Josh, quick!" I yelled as I pointed at the water right next to him. He scrambled, but it was too cold to move quickly, and we both watched as the map floated away. "I'm cold, my man." Josh shuddered, dejectedly. "Let's just get out of the water." We approached the shore, but each time we attempted to pull ourselves up, we'd hear the frantic rustling thundering toward us from the woods just above. Eventually, we were too cold and weak to even try anymore. Steadily, we kicked our legs and found ourselves nearing the dock site. We toppled off the debris and tried to pull it on land, but Josh's piece slipped away and floated in the direction of the lake. We took off our swimsuits and were desperate to get into dry clothes to shield us from the biting chill of the air. I slid my shorts, but there was something wrong. I turned to Josh. "Where's my shirt, man?" He shrugged and suggested, "Maybe it got knocked into the water and floated into the lake." I told Josh to go back to my house and to say that we were playing hide and seek if my mom was home. I had to try to find my shirt. I ran behind the houses and peered out over the water and scouted along the shoreline. It occurred to me that with any luck, maybe I could find the map too. I was moving pretty fast because I needed to get home and was about to give up when my concentration was interrupted by a sound coming from just behind me. "Hello?" I whipped around. It was Mrs. Maggie. I had never seen her at night before, and in this poor light she looked exceedingly frail. The usual warmth that wrapped her manner seemed to have been snuffed out by the chill. I couldn't remember ever seeing her without a smile, and so her face looked strange. "Hello, Mrs. Maggie." "Oh, hi, Chris." The warmth and smile had returned to her, even if her memories had not. I couldn't see it was you in the dark there. Jokingly, I asked her if she was going to invite me in for a snack, but she said maybe another time. I was too busy looking for my map and the shirt to really engage her, but she sounded happy, so I didn't feel bad. She said a couple other things, but I was too distracted to pay attention. I said goodnight and ran down her driveway toward my house. Behind me, I could hear her walking across the frozen yard, but I didn't turn around to wave. I had to get home. I made it home a couple minutes before my mom did, and by the time she came in, Josh and I had already changed clothes and warmed up. We'd gotten away with it, even though we'd lost the map. Couldn't find it. Nah, but I saw Mrs. Maggie. She called me Chris again. I'm telling you, dude, just be glad you've never seen her at night. We both laughed, and he asked me if she invited me in for a snack, joking that the snacks must be terrible since she couldn't even give them away. I told him that she didn't, and he was surprised, and now that I had time to think about it, so was I. Literally, every time we had seen her, she had invited us in for snacks, and here I had, albeit sarcastically, invited myself, and she said no. As Josh talked more about Mrs. Maggie, I suddenly realized that the lighter might still be in my pocket and that it would be disastrous for my mom to find. I grabbed the shorts off the floor and patted my pockets. I felt something, but it wasn't the lighter. From my back pocket, I slid out a folded piece of paper and my heart leapt. The map? I thought, but I watched it float away. As I unfolded the paper, my stomach turned as I tried to understand what I was seeing. Drawn on the paper inside of a large oval were two stick figures holding hands. One was much bigger than the other, but neither had faces. The paper was torn, so a part of it was missing, and there was a number written near the top right corner. It was either 15 or 16. I nervously handed Josh the paper and asked him if he had put it in my pocket at some point, but he scoffed at the idea and asked why I was so upset. I pointed toward the smaller stick figure and what was written next to it. It was my initials. I shook it off and told Josh the rest of the conversation between Mrs. Maggie and I. I had always attributed the odd exchange to her being sick until revisiting the events in my mind all these years later. As I think about it now, The feeling of profound sadness for Mrs. Maggie returns, but it is augmented by a looming feeling of despair when I think about why she said, "Maybe another time." I knew what she had said, but I didn't understand what it meant that night. I didn't understand what her words had meant weeks later when I watched men in strange orange suits, biohazard suits, carry what I thought were black bags full of garbage out of her house, or why the whole neighborhood smelled like death that day. I still didn't understand when they condemned the house and boarded it up a little while before we moved, but I understand now. I understand why her last words to me were so important, even if neither she nor I realized it at the time. Mrs. Maggie had told me that night that Tom had come home, but I know now who had really moved in, just as I know now why I never saw her body brought out on a stretcher. The bags weren't filled with garbage. The sound of spinning. I've been trying to write this down for weeks now. My therapist says it might help to get it all out, but every time I start, my hands shake so badly I can barely type. Even now, sitting in my well-lit home office at 2:47 p.m. on a sunny Tuesday, I keep glancing over my shoulder. The rational part of my brain knows there's nothing there, but rationality doesn't count for much anymore. Not since that night at Riverside Park. I should probably mention that I'm a photojournalist for the local paper. Nothing glamorous, mostly community events, high school sports, that sort of thing. The assignment that brought me to the park that night was supposed to be a simple puff piece about the holiday carnival. You know the type. Happy families, cotton candy, twinkly lights. The kind of wholesome content that fills space between car dealership ads. The carnival had been in town for about a week, and my editor wanted some night shots to capture the magical atmosphere. I remember rolling my eyes when she said that. If I'd known then what I know now, I would have called in sick. I arrived around 8:30 p.m., just as dusk was settling in. The temperature had dropped significantly from the warm afternoon, and a light fog was rolling in from the river. Not unusual for October in our area, but it gave everything a sort of dreamy quality that I actually thought would make for good photos. God, I was so focused on getting the right shots that I ignored all the warning signs. The first thing that struck me as odd was the music. Carnival music is always a bit eerie, but something about it seemed off, like it was playing at the wrong speed or maybe echoing when it shouldn't have been. I kept thinking I could hear laughter mixed in with it, but not the normal shrieks and giggles of kids having fun. This was different, more like someone trying to remember how laughter should sound. I started with some wide shots of the midway, capturing the way the colored lights diffused through the fog. The place wasn't exactly crowded, but there were enough people around that I didn't feel uncomfortable. Not yet, anyway. I remember checking my phone, 8:47 p.m., and calculating how many more shots I needed before I could call it a night. That's when I noticed the carousel. It was set back from the other rides, partially obscured by the fog. Standard carnival carousel, or at least that's what I thought at first. Painted horses moving up and down, mirrors and gold trim, all that classic stuff. But something about it made my skin crawl. I tried to tell myself it was just the fog playing tricks with the lights, but beautiful, isn't it? I nearly jumped out of my skin. The voice came from right behind me, but I hadn't heard anyone approach. When I turned around, I found myself face to face with what I assumed was the operator, an older man in a red uniform that seemed somehow both pristine and impossibly old at the same time. Yeah, I managed to say, trying to calm my racing heart. I'm just getting some photos for the paper. He smiled. At least I think it was a smile. Something about his expression made my stomach turn. "You should take a ride," he said. "Best view for pictures is from up there." He gestured toward the carousel, and I noticed his hand seemed too pale, like something that had never seen sunlight. "Thanks, but I think I can get what I need from here," I replied, already taking a step backward. The carousel was still turning, but I realized I couldn't see any riders, just empty horses moving up and down, their painted eyes reflecting the lights in a way that made them look almost alive. "I insist," he said, and his voice had changed. It still sounded pleasant, but there was something underneath it, like static on an old radio. "Everyone takes a ride, eventually." I turned to leave. I remember that clearly. I turned and started walking away, but somehow I was moving toward the carousel instead. The fog had grown thicker, and I couldn't see the other rides anymore. Just the carousel, spinning in that strange, silent way. No, not silent. There was that laughter again, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. My camera was still in my hands, and I raised it almost involuntarily. Through the viewfinder, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The mirrors around the carousel's center column weren't reflecting the empty horses anymore. They showed riders, dozens of them. Some looked like they were screaming, but their faces were blurred, like long exposure photographs. And they were all looking directly at me. I tried to lower the camera, but my fingers wouldn't move. The operator was beside me again. How did he move so fast? And his hand was on my shoulder. His touch felt wrong, like pressure through several layers of thick fabric, even though his hand was directly on my jacket. "Your turn," he whispered, and his voice seemed to come from inside my own head. "Everyone rides. Eventually." What happened next is confused. I remember the cold. God, it was so cold. The kind of cold that burns. The carousel was moving faster now, but also somehow in slow motion. The horses' painted eyes were following me, their frozen expressions twisting into something else, something hungry. That horrible laughter was getting louder, and I could smell something that reminded me of old pennies and burnt sugar. I don't know how I got away. I have a vague memory of running, of my feet slipping on wet grass, of my camera swinging wildly from its strap. I remember reaching for my phone and seeing that it was 11:23 p.m. Impossible. I'd only been there for a few minutes, hadn't I? When I finally made it to my car, I sat there shaking for what felt like hours, watching the fog swirl in my headlights. I could still hear that music, faint but persistent, even with all the windows rolled up. The next morning, I convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Sleep deprivation, maybe, or some kind of weird panic attack. But then I looked at my camera. Most of the photos were normal, just carnival shots, exactly what my editor wanted. But the last one showed the carousel, empty horses, fog, normal carnival stuff. Except in every mirror, in every reflective surface, there were faces, not blurred this time, crystal clear. And in the front row, sitting rigid on a horse with bared teeth and wild eyes, was me. I called in sick and spent the day doing research. The carnival had been setting up in Riverside Park for as long as anyone could remember, always in October, always for exactly 1 week. And every year, like clockwork, people would go missing. Not many, 1 or 2 per season. Usually dismissed as runaways or drifters. The only connection was that they were last seen at the carnival. I tried to talk to the police, but they looked at me like I was crazy. The carnival had already moved on, right on schedule. No one seemed to remember anything unusual about the carousel or its operator. The missing persons reports I found online started throwing up error messages, and within days, I couldn't find them at all. But I know what I saw. I know what's on that last photo, even though I can't look at it anymore. I keep it in a locked drawer in my desk, and sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear music coming from it. Carnival music, playing just a little too slow, mixed with that terrible laughter. The carnival will be back next October. It always comes back. And sometimes, when the fog rolls in from the river, I catch myself wondering about those faces in the mirrors. Were they all like me? People who got away? Or were they the ones who didn't? I've been trying to convince myself to destroy the photo, but I can't. It's evidence, proof that I'm not crazy. And maybe, just maybe, it might help someone else understand what's happening before it's their turn to ride. Because he was right, you know. Everyone rides. Eventually. 2 weeks after posting this account, the author was reported missing. Their home was found empty except for an open drawer containing a single photograph. The photo, according to police reports, showed only an empty carnival carousel in heavy fog. Wrong way, Charlie. Do you remember your very first best friend? I do. Midnight was giving birth in the closet at the end of the hall. The repeating pattern of deep growls and shrieks woke me. Kittens, I nearly shouted as I crawled down from the top bunk. My sister stirred on the bottom bed. I paused on the ladder, held my breath, hoped she wouldn't open her eyes. After a moment, she rolled onto her side and fell back into deep sleep. I was glad she didn't wake. I wanted the kitties all to myself. Midnight continued to scream. I cracked open my bedroom door and saw my parents kneeling in the hallway, peering into the closet. They noticed I was standing there and told me to get back in bed. But I want to make sure Midnight is okay, I protested. She was mine too. I should have been allowed to check on her. Dad refused to let me come out of the room. He said he would get me when it was over. Mom agreed with him. She said I was too little to watch. Too little? I was 4 years old and knew that babies came from a mommy's belly. Plus, I had been waiting forever to see the kittens. My parents weren't being fair. Please let me, I begged. I'll be good. Mom commanded me to go back to bed. I crossed my arms and shook my head. Dad threatened to spank me. I stomped my foot and cried, thinking a tantrum would make them understand that I was right, and they were wrong. Dad didn't care much for my new approach. He picked me up by the arm and carried me to my bed. He said to keep quiet, or else he would take the nightlight and lock me in the dark. It's not fair, I screamed, instantly regretting it. Dad squeezed my arm so tight that I began to cry for real. When he let go, I rubbed the spot, trying to make it look worse than it really was. He told me I was punished, then pulled the nightlight from the wall. No, don't, I cried out. Ignoring my pleads, Dad went back into the hall and slammed my door shut. I heard my sister sobbing from on the lower bed. I felt bad that she had to suffer for my mistake, so I climbed down and cuddled up next to her. I told her I was sorry. She was terrified of the dark, more so than I. But eventually she relaxed and fell back to sleep while holding my hand. I couldn't rest, though. Midnight's persistent shuddering cries and gargling noises kept me from closing my eyes. I stared into the black, waiting. It felt like forever. I'm not sure how it happened, but the next thing I remember is Mom waking my sister and me. Come see, she urged. The sunlight coming through the window lit up her smile. The kittens were tiny versions of Midnight, 8 of them in total. All the same jet black color, except for one. He had a speck of white fur above his nose with white front paws to match. That one period, that one was mine. I knew the moment I saw him. Dad said we could give them names. It wasn't an easy task, since they all looked the same. After several failed attempts to remember which was which, my sister decided the best thing to do was to call them Kitty Cat, but she was only 2 years old and pronounced it Ki-Ka. The oddball was the only exception. He was mine to name, so I named him Charlie. Charlie was more playful than the rest of the litter. Whenever my sister and I were allowed to pick them up, he would roll on his back to let us pet his belly. Sometimes he would try to suck on our fingers, mistaking them for a part of his mother. It never failed to make my sister laugh. And sometimes, when Midnight laid down in the box to feed them, he would get turned around, managing to walk away from her. Mom would pick him up, turn him in the right direction, and say, "You're going the wrong way, Charlie." Eventually, the kittens opened their eyes. My sister and I were allowed to play with them without supervision, but only if we stayed in the hallway. Dad said we weren't allowed to take them out of the closet because they were still too small to run free. We didn't mind. Sitting on the floor petting them was one of our favorite things to do, especially when Midnight fed them. Charlie was turning out to be the runt. He ate well, but he never latched on to Midnight like the others did. While they loved to pat at her stomach and purr, Charlie was always too busy going the wrong way. No matter how many times we picked him up and faced him in the right direction, sooner or later he would get turned around again. Time went on, and the kittens got bigger. They meowed whenever someone would walk down the hall, demanding us to stop and play. Sometimes they got up on their hind legs, just barely able to peek over edge of the box. One day, my sister yelled something about the kittens. Mom and I came running from the living room to see what all the fuss was about. Charlie was in the hall, on the outside of the box, trying to correct his mistake. He clawed at the cardboard, wanting to make his way back to the other side. He kept falling over, shaking himself, then trying again. It was funny. Feeling sorry for him, Mom picked him up, gave him a kiss, and sat him next to his brothers and sisters. "You went the wrong way, Charlie," she said. That was the first time Charlie broke out of jail, but not the last. He would make it over the edge, and either Midnight or Mom would grab him by the scuff of the neck, then toss him back into the box. It happened again and again. The whole family had to help keep him where he belonged. After a while, everyone got tired of dealing with his shenanigans. We officially changed his name to Wrong Way Charlie and let him have free reign of the hallway. Even Midnight stopped caring. All the other kittens were content to stay in the box, but Charlie came and went as he pleased. He never went far, though. Sometimes he would sneak a peek into my bedroom or into the bathroom, but that was the extent of his exploration. It was easy to forget that he was only a few weeks old and too frightened to venture into any of the rooms. The box and hallway was the only world that he knew, the only place he felt safe. A few days later, I woke to the sound of Grandma's voice coming from the living room. She was talking to my sister about making her a new dress. No one told me Grandma was coming over, I thought. Excited to see her, to see if she brought me a present, I jumped out of bed and ran down the hallway. I feel this soft crunch under my foot. What was that? I turned around to see what I had stepped on. Then I screamed. Wrong way. Charlie crawled toward me. The back half of him was crushed and twisted. Horrible sounds escaped from his small mouth. Meow. I continued to scream. Charlie was still trying to crawl toward me while making that resounding, awful sputter. His body trembled, and his little head twitched incessantly. Mom came running down the hall, my sister right behind her. Blood was everywhere, a trail of gore soaking into the carpet. All I heard was screaming, 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 screaming. It echoed down the hallway and throughout the years. Midnight leaped out of the closet and ran toward me. Wide-eyed, she hissed and swatted, then lapped at the blood flowing from Charlie's gaping mouth. Grandma grabbed a hold of me, held me close. My sister pressed her face into Grandma's side so she wouldn't have to see. Mom and Charlie were still screaming, still making those appalling noises. I couldn't tell them apart. "It's still alive," Mom wailed. "It's still alive. Oh my God, what do I do?" Though Grandma tried to protect me, I couldn't look away. Charlie was crying in agony. The look on his little face said, "Why is this happening to me? What have I done? Make it stop. Please, please make it stop." "You have to kill it," Grandma shouted, angry. "Put the thing out of its misery, for Christ's sake." Mom ran into the living room and turned the corner. I heard a drawer in the kitchen pulled open, then slammed shut. She came running back, hammer in hand. "Eeeeee!" Mom shrieked. She pounded the hammer down on Charlie's head over and over and over again while midnight attacked her, trying to protect the kitten. And yet Charlie still crawled toward me, gurgling, "Me, Meeg." Midnight kept scratching and hissing. Mom kicked her away and brought the hammer down again. After the 5th or 6th drop, Charlie finally stopped making the awful noises. Chunks of his skull and brain littered the hallway. It was hours later before I calmed down enough to understand what had happened. Mom told me that it was okay. Dad said it wasn't my fault. They said these things as they cleaned up the mess that used to be Charlie. But it wasn't okay, and it was my fault. My kitten got hurt because of me. If I hadn't been running, my Charlie would be alive. I killed him. Plus, 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 plus. Charlie was my first best friend, my first responsibility, and my first introduction to death. He'll always be with me, even now, after all these years. Every time I walk down a fucking hallway, I see wrong way. Charlie's mangled little body crawling toward me, the portrait's promise. The roses were dying again. I stood in the suffocating midnight air of the conservatory, watching their velvet petals curl and blacken before my eyes. 3 days. That's all they ever lasted in this house, no matter how tenderly I cared for them. The humid air pressed against my skin like a damp shroud as I touched one withering bloom, its once crimson petals crumbling beneath my fingertips. "Just like before," I whispered, my voice barely disturbing the thick silence. The words hung in the air, trapped by the stagnant atmosphere that had plagued Maison St. Clair since I'd arrived 6 weeks ago. Even now I couldn't quite believe I was here, that I'd inherited this sprawling plantation house from a grandmother I'd never met. The lawyer's letter had arrived on a perfectly ordinary Tuesday morning, transforming my predictable Boston life with a few strokes of elegant script. As the last living descendant of Elizabeth St. Clair, those words had set everything in motion, drawing me inexorably south to this decaying testament to old money and older secrets. I pulled my hand back from the roses, wiping the dark residue on my thin cotton nightgown. The fabric clung uncomfortably to my skin, already damp with sweat despite the late hour. Through the conservatory's grimy windows, I could see the moon hanging low and bloated in the Louisiana sky, casting sickly shadows through the Spanish moss that draped the property's ancient oaks. The portrait watched me from the far wall, as it always did. Even here, among the dying flowers, I couldn't escape great-great-grandmother Elizabeth's painted gaze. Her likeness hung in every major room of the house, a peculiar insistence of the will that I hadn't questioned at first. Now, 6 weeks in, I was beginning to understand why the previous caretaker had lasted barely a month before fleeing. Elizabeth's eyes followed me everywhere, painted with such skill that they seemed to hold real depth, real judgment. In each portrait, she wore the same high-necked black dress, the same severe expression, and the same golden locket gleaming at her throat. The one detail that varied was the collection of blood-red roses she held, sometimes a full bouquet, sometimes a single bloom. In this particular painting, the roses were arranged in a silver vase beside her, their petals captured mid-wilt. "What are you trying to tell me?" I murmured, stepping closer to the portrait. The floorboards creaked beneath my bare feet, the sound oddly muffled by the dense air. A bead of sweat trickled down my spine as I studied Elizabeth's face. There was something in her expression that seemed different tonight, a slight curve to her lips that I hadn't noticed before, as if she were about to speak. The locket at her throat caught the moonlight, and I reached up instinctively to touch its twin, which hung cool and heavy against my own skin. Finding it among my grandmother's belongings had been the first strange coincidence in a house that seemed to manufacture them. Inside was a tiny daguerreotype of Elizabeth herself, mirror image to the portraits that surrounded me, down to the roses in her hand. A sudden draft stirred the air, the first movement I'd felt all night, carrying with it the sickly sweet scent of decay. The roses, I thought at first, but this smell was older, deeper, rising from somewhere beneath the floorboards. My stomach clenched as another wave of the odor washed over me. "Just the bayou," I said aloud, trying to convince myself. The words sounded hollow in the dense air. The temperature dropped suddenly, raising goosebumps along my arms. I wrapped them around myself, fingers clutching at my biceps as I watched my breath form visible clouds in the newly chilled air. The change was impossible. It had been stifling moments ago, yet I could feel the cold seeping into my bones. Behind me, a petal fell from one of the dying roses, its soft impact against the wooden floor somehow loud as a gunshot in the midnight silence. I spun toward the sound, heart thundering against my ribs, and found myself face to face with my own reflection in the conservatory windows. For a moment, in the darkness beyond the glass, I could have sworn I saw another face superimposed over mine, older, severe, wearing an expression of grim satisfaction. The locket at my throat grew suddenly, impossibly cold. I gasped, fingers flying to the metal that now felt like ice against my skin. As I touched it, the catch sprang open, something it had never done before, and a scrap of yellowed paper fluttered to the floor. My hands trembled as I bent to retrieve it, the ancient paper crackling beneath my fingers. The handwriting was faded but elegant, the same script I'd seen on documents throughout the house, Elizabeth's own hand. The message was brief, but its words sent a chill deeper than any cold draft through my body. Blood calls to blood, and debt calls to debt. The roses remember sweet Eleanor, and so must you. I looked up at the portrait, my breath catching in my throat. Elizabeth's painted eyes met mine, and this time I was certain her expression had changed. The slight smile had broadened, revealing teeth that gleamed too white, too sharp in the moonlight. The smell of decay grew stronger, rising through the floorboards like a physical presence. My head swam with it as memories began to surface, memories that couldn't possibly be mine, yet unfolded with the vivid clarity of lived experience. I saw Elizabeth in this very room, her black dress stark against the riot of roses that bloomed unnaturally red. She held a silver gardening knife in one gloved hand, its blade stained dark. "The price must be paid," she whispered to someone I couldn't see. "The roses must be fed." The vision hit me with such force that I staggered, catching myself against the wall. The painted Elizabeth's eyes bored into mine as more memories crashed through my mind, the sharp tang of blood mixing with the scent of roses, a body being dragged across these very floorboards, the roses blooming brilliant red, fed by something darker than water. "No," I stammered, pressing my hands to my temples. "These aren't my memories. They can't be." But even as I denied them, I knew they were true. They were Elizabeth's memories, passed down through blood and bone, waiting for the moment when the last St. Clair daughter would return home. The locket burned cold against my skin as another memory surfaced. Elizabeth standing before a fresh grave, roses scattered across the turned earth. "The bargain is sealed," she said to the night air. "My roses will bloom eternal, fed by the blood of the guilty, and when the debt comes due, my own blood will return to pay it." My legs gave out and I sank to the floor, the rotting boards soft beneath my knees. The smell of decay was overwhelming now, and as I watched in horror, dark liquid began to seep up through the cracks between the floorboards. It wasn't water. The liquid was too thick, too dark, and it carried the metallic tang of old blood. The roses suddenly straightened in their vases, their withered petals unfurling and flushing with unnatural life as they drank in the dark liquid. In the portrait, Elizabeth's smile grew wider still, and I could have sworn I heard her voice, distant yet crystal clear. "Welcome home, Eleanor. The roses have waited so long for fresh blood." I tried to stand, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. The dark liquid had reached my knees, staining my white nightgown with spreading crimson blooms. The roses continued to revive, their petals now a red so deep it was almost black, and I understood with horrible clarity what Elizabeth had done, what she had promised, and what my return to Maison St. Clair really meant. "The debt must be paid," I heard myself say, but the voice that came from my throat wasn't entirely my own. My fingers moved without my volition to touch the locket, and I felt Elizabeth's memories settle into my mind like poison sinking into soil. The roses needed blood to bloom, had always needed blood, and Elizabeth had promised them an endless supply, sealed with the lives of those she judged guilty. But when her own sins grew too heavy, she'd made a new bargain. Her own bloodline would return, generation after generation, to pay the debt and keep the roses fed. I was the last of that bloodline. The roses had called me home. Through the windows I could see the moon hanging red and swollen in the sky, its light painting the conservatory in shades of blood and shadow. The portraits of Elizabeth that lined the walls seemed to pulse with inner light, and in each one her smile grew wider, her eyes more triumphant. The locket at my throat beat like a second heart, pumping Elizabeth's memories through my veins until I couldn't tell where her thoughts ended and mine began. I remembered the first killing, a man who cheated Elizabeth's family, whose blood had fed the first roses. I remembered the second, the third, the dozen that followed, each death justified by Elizabeth's twisted sense of justice. I remembered the moment she realized her own guilt outweighed those she'd judged and the bargain she'd struck to protect herself. Her own bloodline would inherit both house and curse, drawn back to feed the roses until there was no one left to return. The dark liquid had reached my waist now, but I no longer felt the urge to escape it. Elizabeth's memories had taken root, her purpose becoming mine with each beat of the locket against my chest. The roses needed blood to bloom, and the St. Clair women had always provided it. That was our duty, our curse, our inheritance. I rose slowly to my feet, the bloodied fabric of my nightgown clinging to my skin. In the portrait, Elizabeth's painted eyes met mine with shared understanding. The silver gardening knife I'd seen in my vision, her vision, our vision, gleamed on a nearby table, its blade still sharp after all these years. The debt must be paid, I whispered, reaching for the knife. The roses watched with their blood-dark blooms, waiting for the next sacrifice. In the portrait, Elizabeth's smile matched my own, and I knew with certainty that I would not be the last St. Clair daughter to answer the rose's call. The night stretched endless before me, thick with the smell of roses and blood, as I stepped out of the conservatory to begin my inherited work. The portraits of Elizabeth followed my progress through the house, their painted eyes alight with triumph, knowing that her bargain would be honored for at least one more generation. In the conservatory behind me, the roses bloomed impossibly red, drinking in the moonlight and waiting for the fresh blood that would keep them alive for another generation. And somewhere in the depths of my borrowed memories, I heard Elizabeth laugh. The anniversary. Something's wrong with the light. I'm standing at the altar of St. Michael's Church, my husband Thomas's hands clasped in mine, and the afternoon sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows isn't moving. It should be shifting, creating slowly sliding patterns of blue and red and gold across the wooden pews. But it's frozen, static, like a photograph. "Margaret," Thomas says, his voice gentle as always, "do you take this man in renewal of your sacred vows?" The words fade into a hollow echo as I stare at his face, his familiar face, lined now with 25 years of laughter and worry and love. But something strange about his eyes. They're the same warm brown they've always been, but there's a depth to them I've never noticed before, like looking down a well and seeing something move in the darkness far below. I've done this before. The thought hits me with such force that I actually sway slightly on my feet. Thomas's grip on my hands tightens, just a fraction, just enough to steady me, just enough to trap me. "Margaret?" he prompts again, still smiling that gentle smile. "Are you all right, dear?" The word catches in my throat as memories begin to surface, like bodies floating up from the bottom of a lake. Hundreds of them, thousands, each one a different version of our marriage, playing out in parallel tracks across 25 years. Making dinner in our first apartment, chopping carrots, noticing a strange metallic taste to the coffee he'd made me that morning, beginning to feel dizzy. Reset. Finding a hidden compartment behind the basement shelves, filled with photographs of women who'd gone missing in the area, my hands shaking as I recognized their faces from the news. Reset. Waking up in the middle of the night to find him standing over our bed, perfectly still, watching me sleep with eyes that reflected the darkness like a cat's. Reset. Each memory burns as it surfaces, searing away the comfortable fog I've been living in. How many times have I discovered the truth? How many times have I tried to run, to tell someone, to fight back? How many times has he simply reset everything, starting our marriage over from the beginning, wiping my memory clean like erasing a chalkboard? Margaret? There's an edge to his voice now, barely perceptible beneath the concern. The pressure of his hands on mine increases slightly. In the pews, our friends and family sit in perfect stillness, their faces fixed in expressions of joy and celebration. They haven't moved in several minutes, I realize. They might not be breathing. I remember, I whisper, the words falling from my lips before I can stop them. I remember everything. Thomas's smile doesn't waver, but something shifts in those deep brown eyes. Something ancient and patient and hungry unfolds itself behind his human face. No, dear, he says softly. Not everything. Not yet. And then he shows me what else I'd forgotten. The first time I tried to leave him was 6 months into our marriage. The memory surfaces like a splinter working its way out of skin. I'd found a notebook in his study, hidden behind a row of engineering textbooks. The pages were filled with detailed observations of my daily routine, dating back to 3 years before we'd even met. Every coffee shop I frequented, every jogging route I took, every friend I spent time with. The final entry was a calculation of exactly how long it would take me to accept his proposal. I packed a bag while he was at work, left a note saying I was visiting my sister, and drove straight to the airport. I made it as far as the ticket counter before the fluorescent lights began to flicker, and time slipped, like missing a step on a staircase. When I opened my eyes, I was back in our apartment, making coffee on a sunny morning 6 months into our marriage. The notebook didn't exist. The memory of finding it felt like a dream, growing fainter by the second. But now, standing at the altar 25 years later, I remember that moment with perfect clarity. And I remember what came after. I remember every attempt to escape, every time I gathered evidence, every time I went to the police, every time I tried to warn the other women I'd seen in those photographs. Every single time, reality would shiver and reset, and I'd find myself back in our life together, my memories wiped clean, starting fresh with only a lingering sense of unease that I could never quite place. How many times? I ask, my voice barely audible over the oppressive silence of the church. None of our guests have moved. The sunlight remains frozen on the floor. Thomas smiles wider, and for a moment I see something else beneath his face, something with too many teeth. You know I'm a perfectionist, dear, he says. I wanted to get it exactly right. The first few hundred attempts were messy, but you helped me refine the process. Your escapes became more clever, more creative each time. It was fascinating to watch you work through different strategies, even with your memory wiped clean. Some part of you always knew, I think, always remembered, deep down. He reaches up to brush a strand of hair from my face. His touch is gentle, loving, possessive. This is the first time I've let you keep your memories, he continues. Think of it as an anniversary present. 25 years is silver traditionally, but I thought awareness would be more meaningful. Why? The word comes out as a sob. Why me? Why all of this? Because you're perfect, he says simply. Your mind, your spirit, your determination. Even now, I can see you thinking, planning, looking for a way out. It's beautiful. And I've spent 25 years, well, significantly more than that technically, helping you become even more perfect. He leans closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. Would you like to know how many times we've reached this moment? How many versions of our marriage I've collected and preserved? How many Margarets I've helped evolve and grow through these loops? I try to pull away, but his grip is iron. The church seems to darken around us, the stained glass windows dulling to black. Our audience of friends and family begin to fade like old photographs, revealing their true nature. Empty shells, props, memories given form but no substance. The best part, Thomas continues, is that this isn't even the final version. We're going to keep working on it, you and I, making it better, making it perfect. And now that you're aware, the real work can begin. The darkness at the edges of my vision begins to creep inward. I can feel time starting to slip again, reality preparing to reset. But this time it's different. This time, I'll remember. "Happy anniversary, my love," Thomas says, and his face splits into something that was never human at all. The darkness swallows us both, and somewhere in the distance, I hear wedding bells begin to toll. I wake up on the morning of my wedding day, 25 years ago. Sunlight streams through the window of my childhood bedroom. My wedding dress hangs on the closet door, pristine and white. I remember everything. And somewhere nearby, my perfect, patient husband-to-be is waiting to begin again. Rather than scream, I smile, because this time I remember all my previous attempts to escape. Every strategy, every failure, every reset. 25 years of experience compressed into perfect clarity. And I have a new plan. This time will be different. This time I'm not running away. This time I'm taking him with me into the void. My sister discovered a universal language, but she hasn't spoken a word since 2003. My sister is a genius. When she was about 13, she made this device that honestly still blows my mind. I've spent my entire life studying physics, and I still don't know what she did, or how, which is probably for the best considering how this all played out. I don't know how she did it, but what I do know is, in the summer of 2003, the laws governing matter and atomic mass didn't seem to affect her anymore. She was invisible to the human eye, and she was speaking a universal language we've never been able to identify or reproduce. Before I get into this, though, have you ever seen Firefly? Allow me to quote, "I am very smart. I went to the best medikid in Osiris, top 3% of my class, finished my internship in 8 months. Gifted is the term. So when I tell you that my little sister makes me look like an idiot child, I want you to understand my full meaning. This could have been written about me and my sisters. We come from a long line of gifted people. My father is a neurologist, my mother works for SpaceX, and my eldest sister is an artist whose work has been featured in galleries since she was 12. I'm a full-time research associate of high-energy density physics at a university I can't name without risking my career. And like Simon Tam from Firefly before me, I don't tell you all of this to flaunt our intelligence or to make us look special. I tell you this so you can fully understand what I mean when I say Neurali made us all look like idiot children. In 2003, I was about to turn 17. My interests weren't like most teen girls, so I won't bore you with the details of what I found more entertaining than TV, books, or the mall, but more often than not I was occupied with personal research projects. The first time Neurali made herself invisible, I was in the middle of a research rabbit hole. I was deep into some really heady academic articles when I heard Neurali pipe up behind me. "They're wrong, you know." I groaned inwardly. We'd had the knocking talk, but she was still so bad at respecting boundaries. "Neurali, what did we say about knocking?" "Oh," she said, and sounded genuinely surprised. "I didn't think about the door." "What?" I frowned and spun my chair around to look at her. My room was empty. "Wait, empty?" I looked around briefly before rubbing my eyes. wondering when I'd slept last and already writing the conversation off as an auditory hallucination. Shaking my head, I started to turn back to my computer when I heard her giggle. "All right, jerkhole, where are you?" "Right here," she giggled, her voice coming from directly in front of me. "What the... how? Did you hide the speakers again?" I stood up, taking a moment to really look around the room. She'd pulled a prank like this before, hiding a complex set of speakers she'd modified to create a confluence of sound she could manipulate. It would sound like someone was anywhere in the room, she specified. She'd even made it sound like she was moving around. It was really impressive, especially since she'd only been 10 at the time. This time, though, she'd either gotten much better at hiding the speakers or something else was going on. She giggled again. "No speakers, just me." "Okay, just me, but how?" I folded my arms, looking in the direction of her disembodied voice. "That's going to be hard to explain." That was Nirali for "you won't get it." "Try me," I said, "because I'm stubborn." She did, though, and I didn't. I had the beginnings of a migraine chewing on my right eye by the time she was done. Almost none of it made sense. There was something about atomic frequencies and post-dimensional drift, superliminal desynchronization, and something she dubbed the Planck supertemporal parallel. It was all way over my head. "Okay," I said, rubbing my temple as I tried to digest it all. "But how did you get here?" I walked. Infuriating. "I mean, how did you get in here?" I gestured widely to the door, which was closed, and the walls around us. "Oh." I could hear the shrug in her voice. "I just walked where the walls weren't." I squinted at the spot I thought she was standing. "You... what?" She sighed. It was a special sigh. It was the kind of sigh that told you someone much smarter than you was put out at having to dumb something down enough for you to understand. An embarrassed heat flooded my cheeks. I knew she was smarter than me, smarter than all of us, but it still made me feel like I'd failed simple math in front of Neil deGrasse Tyson and a puppy, and they were both disappointed. "I walked where the walls weren't. The walls aren't everywhere, Divya. In fact, in most places, like realities, the walls aren't there at all, so I just walked in those places." I wanted to see the proofs of this statement, though I knew she wouldn't have bothered writing them down, except in scraps and incomplete snippets that only made sense to her. I also knew the proofs wouldn't make any more sense than her original explanation. Even so, it bothered me that I only understood what she meant in the vaguest, most conceptual way. It wasn't natural for me. That abstractness of thought warred with the linear way of my brain, making actual understanding impossible, and I hated it. Sana would have understood. Her brain worked that way. But not mine. I must have looked like I was struggling with it, and I was, because she continued on. "Where I am, or technically when and how, everything is a Schrödinger's puzzle of is and isn't. All I have to do is observe the places where the state of something isn't, and go there." This wasn't helping. I mean, it was. I got the basic concept of what she was saying, but in terms of the practical application of physics, it was a mess of meaningless science-y buzzwords. Nothing she said had any foundation in known science. She could have told me, "I ate ice cream upside down and chanted purple backwards 30 times and the wall turned to jello," but only as long as I looked at it from a 45-degree angle. And it would have been exactly as scientifically sound as what she'd actually said. Yet she was the one who was invisible, so the limits of my understanding and science itself had no bearing on her corporeal existence. "Do you still have a body? I mean, can you see you?" "Oh yeah," she said, her voice pitched higher in excitement. "I look like 100 versions of me laid on top of each other. Looking at my hands and stuff is kinda trippy, but I'm here." Cool. I had no idea what to do with this information. She started giggling again. "What now?" "I can't believe you haven't noticed yet." "Noticed what?" I couldn't keep the flash of irritation out of my voice. It wasn't easy to accept the premise that she'd managed to trick physics into letting her pass through matter while being imperceptible to the human eye. But I'd had just about all the "how much dumber than Nirali" are you I could take for one day. "What language am I speaking?" I had to blink at that and think a moment. "It's English, isn't it?" She giggled again. "Say something," I ordered in my most authoritative big sister voice. Nor again is there anyone who loves or pursues or desires to obtain pain of itself, because it is pain, but because occasionally circumstances occur in which toil and pain can procure him some great pleasure. If I concentrated, I could tell the words she was saying didn't quite match what I was apparently translating in my head, but I couldn't hear them for what they were. Except, wait, is that the lorem ipsum translation from de finibus bonorum et malorum? She giggled again. "Yep. Want me to try something in Hindi?" "Yeah," I said, a little stunned and more than a little curious. "Go for it." "May he in whose lap shines forth the daughter of the mountain king, who carries the celestial stream on his head, on whose brow rests the crescent moon, whose throat holds poison, and whose breast is support of a huge serpent, and who is adorned by the ashes on his body, may that chief of gods, the Lord of all, the destroyer of the universe, the omnipresent Shiva, the moon-like Shankara, ever protect me." I frowned, torn between focusing on the words and trying to identify what she was quoting. I started mouthing some of the words as my mind ran back over them, and gawped a little as recognition settled in. "Did you just quote the Ramcharitmanas Ayodhya Kand invocation?" Another giggle. "But how?" That didn't sound like Hindi at all. "Fascinating," she said. "It didn't feel like Hindi when I said it, but I was thinking the Hindi words. What did it sound like to you?" "English, I guess. I mean, it didn't sound like anything, but I understood you in English." "That's so cool. Can you actually hear something other than English?" "Kinda. I mean, almost. If I try, I can tell the sounds you're making don't match the meaning of the words I'm not hearing, but understanding. But the meaning overrides everything else, so I can't actually identify individual sounds or phrases. Do you think you could identify the physical linguistics if we went word by word? It may be the processing of complete phrases prevents the identification of individual phonemes." "Maybe," I said, shrugging, still trapped in awe of this aspect of her discovery. "We could try it." She had me run her through some general object identification to give me a chance to listen for the sounds she was making and how they differed from the words I knew, the words I was hearing. But I only ever caught the ghosts of divergent beginnings and ends. She thought this was hilarious. I thought it was magical. She started making regular trips to my room in this state, usually after lights out or when our parents were at work. I didn't blame her for sneaking. Sana wasn't into the science stuff, and if our parents knew what we'd been up to, we'd have been grounded for life, especially since Nirali had already been banned from experimental projects at home. The last one had required a lot of external help and several $1,000s to clean up. But someone had to try and catalog this universal lexicon, and this was the only way we had access to it. One night, as we lay awake on the floor naming objects, We'd tried making individual sounds before, but without the intent of meaning behind them, there was no divergence. Nirali froze. I couldn't see her, of course, but something changed. She stilled to the point I worried she'd maybe phased through the floor or something and left me alone. But somehow I still felt her presence along with something sharp and alien I couldn't identify. "Nirali?" I whispered, cold unease settling on me like snow. "Shh." It was her, but so quiet I almost missed it. I felt the urgency behind it, though, and hushed to wait in the silence with her. As the seconds ticked by, a prickling dread crawled across the room. It started at the edges where the shadows were thickest and spread outward, tainting everything it touched, including me. My pulse quickened as a primal paranoia sank in. I knew it was just Nirali and me, but it felt like a predator was stalking the shadows, searching for us, and it was only our silence that kept it from pouncing. To keep the paranoia at bay, I focused on the warm red readout of the clock above my desk. The slowly changing numbers were soothing and hypnotic. They dulled the edges of my fear until, at some point between midnight and 2 a.m., I fell asleep. I only realized this when Nirali finally whispered my name, pulling me back to reality. "Divya, wake up." I swam back to consciousness slowly, shaking off the half-formed discomfort of a dream I couldn't remember. "It's gone now." "What's gone?" I rubbed the sleep still clogging my vision and blinked at the clock above my desk. So late. Had we really been laying on the floor for 2 hours? Nirali didn't answer. Not for a long time. Long enough that I thought maybe I'd dreamed her waking me up entirely. "The shadow behind the walls," she whispered, cutting the silence away like cobwebs. There was a weight to her words I couldn't describe that tickled the primal centers of my brain again. An ancient urge calling to me, telling me to hide. "The... what?" I croaked, propping myself up on my elbows. But Nirali was gone. Not just quiet. There was a difference in the room when she left, and I could always sense it, even if she didn't say she was going. A few minutes later, she was at my bedroom door, actually knocking. The sound startled me, giving my heart a sudden workout with a spike of adrenaline. I snuck over to the door to let her in, too keenly aware of the night around me and jumping at shadows I suddenly worried couldn't be trusted. Without a word, she slipped past me and crawled into bed, hiding beneath the covers with her knees against the wall and her back to me. I took my cue as it was offered and crawled in behind her, offering myself as protection against the night. Sleep was slow in coming as my body flushed the survival instinct from its veins, but eventually it must have come as the next thing I knew, the sun was peeking through the windows, and Nirali was watching me sleep. "Divya?" Nirali said my name like she was testing it, as if she didn't expect to hear it again. "Yeah?" "Nothing," she said, curling back under the covers before adding, "Thanks." It was a week before she came to me through the walls again. "I think it's drawn to the language," she said, pulling me out of a dream about superfluid. "What is?" I yawned, oddly comfortable with the resumption of our nightly conversations. "The shadow behind the walls." "What is that?" "I don't know. Something big. Something old. Older than time, maybe." "What's with the sauna talk? Older than time?" "I don't know, Divya. That's just what it feels like." She was always like this, caught somewhere between science and emotion, like the perfect cross between me and sauna. I think it allowed her to think abstractly enough to escape the box of the known to innovate. while remaining linear enough to build a new box to house her innovations. But sometimes it meant she didn't have the math to back it up. Sometimes it was just a feeling or the hint of a notion. But even then, Nirali's feelings were always spot on, even if it took science a few decades to prove it. "All right," I said, accepting that answer. It was odd, I realized then, how a few weeks of exposure to what my mind told me was factually impossible opened me to the flexibility of the possible. I was surprised, too, when I noticed my first instinct wasn't to challenge her or demand proof, just because what she said was beyond my experience or immediate comprehension. Instead, I would nod and accept that what she said, what she experienced, was simply truth, and the limitations of my understanding couldn't change that. "What does it want?" "I don't know. I don't think it talks, but I think it listens and understands." "That's unsettling," I said, shifting under the covers. The superstitious child in me made sure my feet were hidden in the center of the bed because the shadows still couldn't be trusted. She hummed her agreement. "It's not the only thing here, though." A chill surged through me, prompting my heart into a panicked gallop. "What do you mean?" "I mean there are other things, big things, old things. Most of them can't see me, I think. I'm not really where they are, same as I'm not really where you are, but they can hear me, same as you." "Are you safe?" Nirali was silent. My stomach churned because I knew it meant something big and old and dangerous was near enough to pose a threat. After several minutes passed, she answered, "Sometimes, only sometimes." I sat up, staring at the spot on the floor where she would have been seated. "Only sometimes." "Then why are we still doing this, Nirali? I wouldn't have agreed if I knew you were in danger." "I know," she said quietly, "but there's so much here. If I focus on a color, I can experience everything that color has ever been and ever will be. If I think about a time, I'm sitting in what used to be here, or sometimes what will be here, watching a blur of activity that won't happen for another 1,000 years. I've seen cities you can't even begin to imagine, made of glittering bone and glass, monolithic wonders to shame the gods. Last night I was standing in the center of a black hole, not a hologram or a simulation, but an actual black hole. Captured, contained, reproduced, harnessed, I don't know what, but it was here, and so was I. And through the black hole I saw so many other universes, all laid out like mirrors into infinity." "Nirali," I whispered, both awed and terrified. Had she been experiencing these things every night? All the hours we talked about nothing and nonsense? "But there are also bigger things," she said, her voice dipping into darkness. "Things that hide in the glint of starlight on glass. Things that follow me back from the future and wait for me in the past. They skip like stones on water, only touching the surface for a minute and never with their whole selves. But even that much is too much. It hurts to look at them. There are too many shapes at once, and all of them are hungry in ways I don't understand." Tears welled in my eyes as I listened to her. It hurt to accept these things as truth. I couldn't understand them or touch them or even experience them myself. But I had to accept they were real, because my sister was invisible. She could pass through matter at will and spoke a universal language to me every night. But accepting all that also meant accepting that my sister spent every night compelled by her own curiosity to go back to this dangerous state again and again, only to be terrified by what waited in between. I'm glad they can't see me, but I don't think that will be true much longer. "What? Why?" "The shadow behind the walls has been in my room all week. I can feel it following me around. It's listening now, but I don't think it will come in your room again. Nene, you have to stop this! I can't, she said, her voice thick with imminent tears. Of course you can. Just come back and we'll destroy whatever you've been using to shift. We can fix this. No, she said, the word wet and bent beneath an anguish no 13-year-old should have known. You don't understand. What could possibly be worth the risk? My heart broke in the silence that stretched between us. An eternity of pain and longing swirled between us, and one final fragile breath spoke of the tears she held back when she found her voice again. I can't speak English anymore. I didn't understand. Like the first time she described the math to me, this statement defied understanding. What do you mean you can't speak English anymore? I mean I can't speak anything but this stupid between language, Divya. I tried and tried all week, but all that comes out now is this ugly mess of gurgles and scrapes and noises I don't recognize, and I'm so scared. I'm so scared because they can still hear me when I'm out there with you, and out there I'm not invisible, and you and Sana and Mom and Dad aren't invisible, and none of us are safe when I'm out there, and the only time I can talk right is when I'm in here, she sobbed. When I'm here with you. My heart turned somersaults in my stomach. I let this happen. I should have stopped her the day she showed me her stupid, science-shattering trick. Nene, I whispered, and all I wanted to do was hold her until everything was right. You have to come back. I don't know what we'll do to fix this, but you can't stay there. I know, she said through a heavy veil of tears. I just didn't want to lose you, to lose us. You still have me, but I won't out there, not like this. I didn't have a good answer for her. We'll find a way to fix it, was all I could say, and we both knew it wasn't enough. We also knew that it had to be, because we didn't have a choice. I felt her presence fade, and a few minutes later there was a quiet knock at my door. Nirali stood on the other side, shaking as silent sobs racked her narrow frame. I gathered her up, shutting the door behind her, and together we curled around each other on the floor and cried. We cried until we passed out from exhaustion and woke up long after the sun had risen. I woke to Nirali watching me again and blinked away the haze of tear-stained sleep. Nirali? She nodded, mute, a sadness hanging over her shoulders. Can you? She shook her head. Nothing? She glanced up, looking over me and toward the hall as someone passed by. I could tell a million thoughts were flitting through her head in that moment, most of them conflicting, but after a minute or so, a stony resolution had settled in her eyes, and she scooted closer, waving for me to do the same. Her mouth was almost against my ear when something unimaginably foul rattled from her lips. A shudder of revulsion rocked through me at the sound of each mangled phoneme. I've never been so disgusted and terrified in my life. I could hear her voice, but it was dripping with caustic venom, dragging over hot coals, buried in the deepest ocean and clawing at the edges of sanity with angry talons. It was wrong. And to this day, it was the most vile, viscerally upsetting experience of my life. The words, this language, was never meant to be spoken by man. Science won't support me, but I know in my bones these words have power man wasn't meant to use. And yet, despite my mind rebelling from the mere sound of her voice warped around these hideous words, I still knew what she'd meant, as if she'd said it in English. Don't tell Mom and Dad. The harvest at dusk. The twilight here never ends. That's what I keep telling myself as I watch the sun hover eternally at the horizon, bleeding pale amber light across the Scottish hills. It's been like this for days now, or maybe weeks. Time feels wrong in Craigmore. I came to this remote village to research ancient agricultural practices for my PhD thesis. A perfect opportunity, my advisor had called it, noting how the community still maintained centuries-old traditions. But she hadn't mentioned the light, or the silence, or the way the villagers watch me with those patient, knowing eyes. The train station is 15 miles away, down a single-track road that winds through the hills like a crack in the earth. My rental car sits in front of the bed and breakfast where I'm staying, its windows filmed with chalk-like dust, despite there being no construction or quarries nearby. I should leave. I know I should leave. But every time I think about it, Mrs. McDougall appears with another pot of tea or plate of fresh-baked bread, and somehow the day slips away in that eternal dusk. The Solstice Festival starts tomorrow, Mr. McLeod, she told me this morning, her thin fingers arranging oatcakes on a blue willow plate. You're fortunate to be here for it. We don't often have outsiders join us for the harvest. I tried to explain that I needed to head back to Edinburgh, but she just smiled, patted my hand, and said, "The old ways must be maintained, and names have power here, James McLeod. Blood calls to blood." The way she said my name made my skin crawl. I've been sitting in my room ever since, watching that frozen sun and trying to make sense of my notes. The pages are filled with interviews about wheat cultivation and harvest rituals, but the words seem to swim and rearrange themselves when I look at them too long. Fragments catch my eye. The grain must be fed. When the light holds still, the chalk circle contains what rises from bone. A knock at my door makes me jump, sending papers scattering across the floor. "Come in," I call out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the heavy air. It's Annie, Mrs. McDougall's granddaughter. She's about my age, with long dark hair and eyes that remind me of deep wells. "Grandfather wants to speak with you," she says softly, "about the old methods you're studying. I've been trying to interview old Ian McDougall since I arrived, but he's always been unavailable." My heart races at the opportunity, even as something in Annie's expression makes me want to lock my door and hide under the bed. "Of course," I hear myself say. "Lead the way." The hallway seems longer than I remember, its faded wallpaper swimming with patterns that don't quite resolve into recognizable shapes. Annie's feet make no sound on the creaking floorboards. The air grows cooler as we descend the stairs, and I catch a whiff of something ancient and earthen, like freshly turned soil mixed with copper and chalk. Old Ian is waiting in the parlor, seated in a high-backed chair that might once have been red, but has faded to the color of dried blood. The eternal twilight filtering through the windows casts strange shadows across his weathered face. His eyes are the same as Annie's, bottomless, patient, hungry. "Sit, James McLeod," he says, gesturing to the chair across from him. His voice sounds like dry wheat stalks rustling in the wind. "Tell me what you know of the old ways." I take out my notebook with trembling fingers and begin to explain my research into traditional Scottish farming practices. He listens silently, head tilted slightly, until I mention the unusual alignment of prehistoric stone circles with known planting sites. "Ah," he breathes, leaning forward. "Now you're asking the right questions. The stones remember, you see. They remember what the earth requires, what the harvest demands." A chill runs down my spine despite the summer evening. Demands. Growth requires sacrifice, Mr. McLeod. Surely your research has taught you that much. The old farmers understood. Every harvest is a transaction. The land must be fed if it's to feed us in return. My mouth feels dry. Fed with fertilizer, you mean? Natural compounds? He smiles, showing teeth that seem too sharp in the dim light. Natural, yes, but older than any chemical, deeper than bone. He gestures to Annie, who has been standing silently by the door. Show him the old granary. I want to refuse. Every instinct is screaming at me to run, but my legs betray me, rising of their own accord. Annie's cool fingers wrap around my wrist, and I follow her out into the endless twilight. The village is silent as we walk down the dirt road. No birds sing, no insects chirp. Even the wind seems to hold its breath. Houses huddle close together, their windows dark despite the hour, or perhaps because of it. How do you mark time when the sun refuses to set? The granary stands at the edge of town, a massive stone structure that looks far older than the surrounding buildings. Its walls are covered in carved symbols that make my eyes hurt if I look at them too long. Annie produces an iron key that seems to drink in what little light remains. "The old ways endure," she whispers as the lock clicks open. "Blood calls to blood, James McLeod, and names have power here." The door swings inward with a sound like a dying breath. The smell hits me first, earth and age and something metallic that makes my stomach turn. Annie pulls me forward into the darkness. My shoes scrape against something that feels like scattered grains but crunches wrong under my feet. "Look," Annie commands, producing a lamp that fills the space with sickly yellow light. "Look and understand." I look. God help me, I look. The walls are lined with ancient farming tools, scythes and sickles whose edges gleam too brightly for their apparent age. Between them hang bundles of wheat, bound with what I first take to be twine, but quickly realize is human hair in varying shades of gray and brown and red. The floor is covered in a mixture of grain and what I now recognize as fragments of bone, worn smooth by countless feet over countless years. But it's the back wall that draws my horrified gaze. A massive circular design is carved into the stone, its grooves filled with chalk that seems to pulse with its own inner light. At its center is a deeper hollow, stained with layers of brown-black that can only be centuries of dried blood. "The harvest must be fed," Annie whispers, her voice taking on the same dry wheat quality as her grandfather's. "The old stones remember, the earth demands, and blood calls to blood." I try to pull away, but her grip has become impossibly strong. More figures appear in the doorway: Mrs. McDougall, old Ian, other villagers I recognize from my interviews. Their eyes reflect the lamplight like deep wells in the twilight. "Your ancestor understood," old Ian says, stepping forward. "James McLeod the Elder knew what the land required. His sacrifice kept the wheat growing through 7 years of famine. And now, when the harvests grow thin again, another McLeod returns to us." He smiles, showing those 2 sharp teeth. "Names have power here. Blood calls to blood, and the old ways must be maintained." They surge forward as one, their hands like iron bands around my arms and legs. I try to scream, but Annie presses a handful of wheat against my mouth, the grains mixing with the taste of chalk and copper. As they drag me toward the circular carving, I realize with horrible clarity why the twilight never ends in Craighmore. The sun can't bear to watch what happens in the dark. They found my rental car 2 weeks later, covered in that same chalk-like dust. My thesis advisor reported me missing after I failed to check in, but the police investigation turned up nothing. The villagers of Craigmore were helpful and concerned, saying I had stayed only one night before leaving early in the morning. They even produced a note in my handwriting, explaining that I was following a new research lead. No one thought to check the old granary. No one noticed that the wheat grew taller and thicker that year than any in living memory. And if anyone wondered about the endless twilight that hangs over the village like a shroud, they didn't wonder long. The old ways endure. The harvest must be fed. And in Craigmore, where the sun never quite sets, blood still calls to blood. The Longest Night, found among the personal effects of Astrid Nilsson, dated December 22, 2024. The following account was written in a leather-bound journal, with several pages torn out prior to the beginning of the entry. Local newspapers confirm unusual aurora activity during the period described. I need to write this down while I can still trust my own memories, while the stitches in my palm are still fresh enough to sting when I grip the pen. 3 days have passed since the winter solstice, but I haven't slept more than a few hours. I keep checking my phone, 3:27 a.m., always 3:27 a.m., even when hours have clearly passed, even when the dim winter sun briefly shows itself above the mountains. The time doesn't change, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I should start from the beginning, from before everything went wrong in Hoyfjella. I hadn't seen my sister Maya in almost 2 years when she called about the teaching position at the village school. "They're desperate for an English teacher up here," she said, her voice crackling over the poor connection. "The pay is amazing, and you'd have your own cottage. Plus," she hesitated, "I miss you, Astrid. We need to fix things between us." I almost declined. Our last fight had been brutal. Accusations about our mother's care, about the family property, about who had abandoned whom. But something in her voice sounded different, vulnerable, and maybe she was right about fixing things. So I accepted the job, packed up my life in Oslo, and drove north into the mountains as the first snow of winter began to fall. Hoyfjella was smaller than I expected. Maybe 50 houses clustered around a small central square, with the school, church, and grocery store forming a triangle of community life. My cottage sat at the edge of the village, a rustic one-bedroom affair with a view of the mountains that would have been charming if it weren't so isolated. Maya lived on the opposite end of the village, which felt pointed somehow, but I tried not to read too much into it. The first few weeks were normal, mundane even. I taught English to children who struggled with the sounds and basic verb conjugation. I learned which days the grocery store got fresh bread deliveries. I got used to the constant darkness of winter, the way the aurora would sometimes paint the sky in shimmering curtains of green and purple. I even started wearing the old silver pendant Mom had given me before she died, the one with the intricate knotwork that matched Maya's, a peace offering maybe. It was on the winter solstice that things changed. I was grading papers when my phone buzzed with a text from Maya. "Need to talk. Important. Come over tonight?" I bundled up against the cold and made my way through the village. The snow was falling heavily, muffling every sound except the crunch of my boots. The aurora was particularly bright that night, casting an eerie glow that made the snow look almost green. As I passed the church, I noticed a group of ravens perched along the roof ridge, silent and still, too still. I counted 7 of them, their black shapes stark against the shifting lights above. Maya's house was dark when I arrived, except for a single candle burning in the kitchen window. I knocked, but there was no answer. The door was unlocked, not unusual in a village this small, but something made me hesitate before stepping inside. "Maya?" I called out, stamping snow from my boots. "It's Astrid." The house smelled wrong, like copper and something else I couldn't place, something organic and musty, like old leaves or damp wool. The candle in the window cast strange shadows on the walls, and I noticed that all the photographs, the ones of us as children, of our parents, of Maya's life here, had been turned to face the wall. Up here. Maya's voice drifted down from the second floor, but it sounded off, like she was speaking through something. I should have left then. Everything in my body was screaming at me to leave, but she was my sister, and we were supposed to be fixing things. I found her in the spare bedroom, sitting cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by what looked like sewing supplies. She was wearing our mother's old wedding dress, yellowed with age, and her hands were busy with needle and thread. "I've been waiting for you," she said without looking up. "Do you remember when we used to sew with Mom? How she taught us that every stitch holds a purpose?" My throat felt dry. "Maya, what's going on? Why are you wearing that dress?" She finally looked up at me, and I took an involuntary step backward. Her face was the same, the sister I'd grown up with, fought with, loved and resented in equal measure. But her eyes were wrong. They reflected the aurora's light like a cat's eyes would, glowing green in the darkness. "They told me you'd come," she said, her voice dreamy and distant. "The ravens promised. They said on the longest night, when the veil is thinnest, we could fix everything. Make it right again. We just need to stitch it back together." I reached for the doorframe to steady myself, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Who told you? Maya, you're scaring me." She held up her hands, and I saw that they were covered in complex patterns sewn directly into her skin. Dark thread wove in and out of her flesh in the same knotwork design as our pendants. Blood beaded along the stitches, but she didn't seem to feel any pain. "Don't you see?" she whispered. "This is how we become whole again, how we stop the separation." Mother understood. That's why she gave us the pendants, to keep us connected. But we broke it, Astrid. We broke everything. Now we have to sew it back together. She stood up in one fluid motion, needle glinting in her hand. "Give me your hand, sister. It only hurts for a moment." What happened next comes back in flashes, like screenshots from a horror movie I never wanted to watch. Maya lunging for me with inhuman speed, the needle piercing my palm as I tried to block her, the sensation of thread pulling through my flesh like ice. Ravens bursting through the windows in the explosion of glass and feathers, the pendant burning cold against my chest. I remember running through the snow, blood dripping black in the aurora's light. I remember the ravens following, their wings making no sound as they flew. I remember reaching my cottage, locking the door and huddling in the corner as their beaks tapped against every window, keeping time like a metronome. Tap, tap, tap. When I looked at my phone, it was 3:27 a.m. It's been 3:27 a.m. ever since. The police came the next day, but they found nothing strange at Maya's house. No blood, no broken windows, no sewing supplies. Just my sister, confused about why I'd run out during our conversation about Mom's estate. The officers were kind but dismissive. "Stress," they suggested. "The darkness gets to everyone eventually." But the stitches in my palm are real. I can trace their pattern, identical to the knotwork in the pendant I no longer dare to wear. Sometimes I think I can feel them moving under my skin, trying to complete a design I can't fully see. And every night at 3:27 a.m., I hear the ravens outside my window. Tap, tap, tap. Maya still teaches at the village school. We wave to each other in the grocery store, exchange pleasantries about the weather. She seems normal now, concerned about my episode, eager to repair our relationship. She suggested I see the village doctor about my hand, about my insistence that something happened that night. She's probably right. That would be the rational thing to do. But I won't. Because sometimes, when the aurora is particularly bright, I catch a glimpse of her hands, and beneath her skin, I swear I can see the threads moving, weaving patterns that pull at something deep in my blood, calling to the unfinished stitches in my palm, reminding me that on the longest night of the year, when the veil is thinnest, there are debts that must be paid in thread and silver and sisterhood. I think I understand now why Mom gave us the pendants, why she made us promise to always wear them. What I don't understand, what keeps me awake as the ravens tap their endless rhythm against my windows, is whether she meant them to protect us from what lives in the darkness of Højfjellet, or to mark us as its own. The journal entry ends here. Astrid Nilsson's current whereabouts are unknown. Her sister Maya continues to teach at Højfjellet School, and when asked about Astrid, she simply smiles and touches the silver pendant at her throat.